The House will come to order. Good morning, everyone. This morning, the pledge will be said by Representative Mark Baisley from House District 39 in Littleton, Colorado.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt, Baisley, Benavidez, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Buck, Buckner, Buenteo, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Champion, Coleman, Cutter, Duran, Escar, Exum, Representative Exum, Froelich, Garnett, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Representative Gray, Herod, Representative Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Humphrey, Jackson, Jaquez Lewis, Kennedy, Kipp, Kraft-Tharp, Landgraf, Larson, Representative Larson, Liston, Montine, McCluskey, McKean, McLaughlin, Melton, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Neville, Pelton, Ransom, Rich, Roberts, Sane, Sandridge, Singer, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Sullivan. Tipper. Tatone. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Wilson. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker. Exum's here? Okay.
With 63 present and 2 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Wednesday, June 3rd, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You all have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No! The motion passes. Announcements and introductions.
Unless we want to do 1/3. 1/3 is ready. 1/3, 10:02 is ready. We can always do that. Might as well send it over.
All right, seeing no announcements or introductions, we're going to go into third reading, final passage of bills. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to give you a quick heads up on calendar. There's only one third reading bill that's ready to go today. So we're going to do 1/3 reading, and then we'll move into a special orders calendar that I emailed out last night. So we'll have a lot of second reading today. And as we go through the next few days, I'm just asking folks to remain flexible over the weekend as we continue to work to get through the calendar. So please be flexible. I'll share as much information as I can. I do think that some committees will be meeting on Saturday. The question will be, does the House come in? So I'll keep the Minority Leader informed, and there'll be at least some committee meeting on Saturday. But in terms of whether or not we all come in, I'll keep communicating with the Minority Leader and keep you updated as much as I can. It really depends on how we get through our work.
All right, with that, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives McLaughlin and Baisley, also Senators Zenzinger and Story, concerning a statewide plan for awarding college credit for work-related experience.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1002 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1002 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote? Buckner, your volume is not on, I think. Representative Buckner. We still can't hear you, but I'll go to the gallery. Representative McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Representative Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Representative Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Anyone else in the gallery that I'm... Representative Hooton. Hooton votes yes. Anyone in... Oh, Representative Landgraf. Landgraf votes yes. Anyone else in the gallery that I'm not seeing? Okay, then Representative Buckner.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 3 no votes, House Bill 1002 is passed. Co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors from the gallery? Representative Tatone, co-sponsors. Representative Froelich, co-sponsors. Representative Hooton co-sponsors. Anyone else? Representative Buckner co-sponsors. Please. Are you co-sponsoring? No, okay. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the remainder of the third reading calendar until one day till Friday, June 5th.
Seeing no objection, we'll lay over the remaining third reading calendar for Friday, June 5th. That brings us to general order, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Thursday, June 4th at 9:20 a.m. House Bill 1119, House Bill 1184, House Bill 1207, House Bill 1211, House Bill 1218, House Bill 1219, House Bill 1285, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1293, House Bill 1336, House Bill 1376, House Bill 1403, House Bill 1143, House Bill 1265, House Bill 1402, House Bill 1404, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 139, Senate Bill 166, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 129, Senate Bill 85, Senate Bill 88, Senate Bill 21, Senate Bill 23, Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 96, Senate Bill 104, Senate Bill 110, Senate Bill 120, Senate Bill 56, Senate Bill 183, and Senate Bill 194.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders today at 9:21 a.m. Representative Alex Valdez. You all have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Alex Valdez will take the chair.
Are we all waiting for special orders?
I got my special orders.
Your special orders is to grab me one, right?
That's right, got you.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on your iPads. Bills will be laid over on request of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1119.
House Bill 1119 by Representatives Exum and Landgraf, also Senators Heisey and Lee, concerning the authority of the state government to regulate perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
To the committee report. Yeah. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1119 and the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Health and Environment Committee report.
To the Energy and Environment report. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee just appropriated the funds for this bill and asked for an aye vote.
They're not putting it on here, but you can refer to that screen. Oh, you've got that. Great. Is there any further discussion?
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations report is adopted.
Probably.
Perfect.
Do I gavel?
And remember to keep an eye on the gallery in case Landgraf wants to be recognized
Okay,
as the other
good.
sponsor. Bang the gavel, too.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were two amendments in the finance report. One amendment 11 L011 expanded the definition which airports are covered by this law exemption, and airports are certified by specific rule to any airport certified by FAA. And the second amendment in finance was Amendment L012. It makes minor technical changes for clarity and consistency of language between the bill and subsequent amendments, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Landgraf, you want to go over the amendments that we made in the Health and Environment report, or you want me to do it?
You go ahead. I'll talk about the bill.
Okay.
Representative
Thank
Exum.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Health and Environment report, we had several amendments. Some technical changes were made in Section 1 of the bill to add a repeal provision for the exemption to let airports hangars continue using the special suppression systems which is required by FFA, but it also gave them some guidelines to work with CDPHE in capturing and disposing of the product. There was another amendment, L005, that made a technical and clarifying changes to Section 4 to develop the CDPHE developing rules and whatnot. And then L009, we stripped Sections 2 and 3 of the bill. And then the last amendment was completing the airport hangars exemption provisions that began in the First Amendment. And we asked for an aye vote on the Health, Energy, and Environment report.
Is there any further discussion on the Energy and Environment report? Seeing none. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Exon, I just want to make sure I heard you right. In the Energy and Environment Committee, you say we stripped sections 2 and 3? or was that done as as another amendment? I'm just curious.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, sections 2 and 3 were stripped out of the bill.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Energy and Environment Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Exum, or Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You actually just voted for what ended up being the bill. What this did is it fixed the bill we ran last year. It passed, I think, unanimously last year, but it had a small problem in that there was a situation where the airlines would not be able to function in Colorado because they would not have been able to get insurance. And I'm sure that nobody in this building wanted that to happen. So we fixed it this year by allowing them a certain process that they can use to test PFOA and PFOS, which allows them to continue their insurance. And we added a section where anybody who actually has this product on site has to get a certificate so that we know where it is. So those are the two main issues of the bill. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1119? Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank Representative Landgraf for her support and work on this bill. We also thank Senator Heisey and Lee and all the stakeholders. We had several stakeholder meetings. There was a lot of disagreements, but we worked to come to an agreement on a good bill that's going to help protect not only our communities but our firefighters. So we thank you and ask you for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1119? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1119. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Bill's passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1184.
House Bill 1184 by Representatives Buenteo and Pelton, also Senators Heisey and Donovan, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Seed Act and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Buenteo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1184 and the Finance, RAA, and Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report. I don't see an Appropriations Report, so to the Finance Report.
Right. I forgot about that one. The next one in order is Finance, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so I move the Finance Report.
To the Finance Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we did in Finance was put a cap on the fees that the Department of Agriculture could charge in order to finance the Seed Act. And I move to approve.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Report is adopted. To the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Ag Committee, we had an amendment that the recommendation from Dora was to remove all the fees or all the caps to the fees for the different seed conditioners and farm labelers and such. So we just put in an amendment to put some fees back on, some caps on those fees.
Is there any further discussion of the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Buenteo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1184 is a Sunset Act. This is just to regulate seeds here in the state of Colorado, support farmers, support ranchers, support ag, vote yes, and I'm going to let my much more knowledgeable co-prime speak to the efficacy of this bill.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When my brother and I farmed together, we raised registered seed. This program is very vital to ensure that the farmers receive quality product when they purchase it from the different entities, and that in turn gives a better product to the consumer. So I would encourage a yes vote for this Sunset Act.
The question before it, or is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And you?
Thank you. I came up to do my impression of everybody speaking through masks. I'm having, evidently my warranty has expired because my eyes are not working well today and neither are my ears. But seriously, this piece of legislation is critical to Colorado agriculture. We raise some of the best seed in the United States. High altitude, hot days, cold nights gives real vigor to the seed that we raise, whether it be wheat, sweet corn, or even pinto beans. This is something that we have to protect. The Seed Act is what does that for us. Those of you that may not be in agriculture may not recognize the value of this, but we do need these kind of inspections. We need this kind of legislation. I would recommend a yes vote. As I was trained, good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1184? Representative Mateo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just wondering for the good Representative Catlin if this is clearer and if he could hear or understand what I'm saying. But on a serious note,
Does not look like he is paying much attention, Representative Mateo.
that's kind of where I'm at. And on a serious note, we got to do all of our parts to keep everyone healthy. And when I wear my mask, I think of my essential worker husband and our kids at home, that I would just feel so terrible if I got any of them sick or even any of you guys sick, just knowing that we're both essential workers. So beyond that, I'm really, really proud to have Representative Catlin's endorsement of this bill, just because, he is such a master at all things ag, along with my co-sponsor here. So, good bill, vote yes.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1184? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1184 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1207.
House Bill 1207 by Representatives Melton and Wilson, also Senators Foote and Cook, concerning the continuation of the regulation of private investigators.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, pay attention.
Members, can we have a little bit quiet? Can we pay some attention here? Thank you.
This is a milestone bill here, so pay attention. This is actually, Representative Melton and I have been in the chamber for 8 years together, and this is the first bill we ever ran together. So it is a milestone bill. And quite frankly, I was afraid that I was going to have to hire a private investigator to find Representative Melton to present this bill today, but here he is.
Representative Wilson, would you like to move the bill? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this being my last bill, for the last and final time, I move House Bill 1207. There are no committee reports.
To the bill. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is affectionately known as the Magnum PI bill. As I said, it's a milestone bill that Representative Melton and I ran together first time. What does it do? Simply one thing. It extends the regulation of private investigators. That's what it does. Thank you for your kind attention, and this is one of those rare times that I would ever ask for you to vote for PI.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I get into some of the merits of the bill as well, I've got a couple of amendments that need to be read, so I move L001 and ask that it be displayed. Oh, no, it's none of that.
The amendment is properly displayed. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What L001 does is it just corrects a drafting error that was made in the legislative declaration. We had put September September 1st, 2020, and the sunset should actually go till September 1st, 2025. With that, members, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative, no? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002 and ask that that be displayed.
L002 is displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L002 just changes it from a petition clause to a safety clause. I'm sorry, Representative Humphrey, but because we are now beyond the petition date, as the session had extended, we are just going to move this to make it easier, given that the petition wouldn't be permittable, given the date circumstance. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L002? Representative Humphrey? Did I see a hand? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, members, this is kind of fitting that this is my last bill because when we initially started the program, it was one of my first bills 8 years ago. If we didn't have this regulation, we would be one of a handful, actually less than a handful of states that didn't require regulation on private investigators. Private investigation is almost as close to law enforcement as we can get. And I think it's important that our private investigators go through a background check, that there is a place to go for complaints, and that the government should have a role in making sure that when it comes to people's privacy and being able to get into people's information, that the people that are doing it are the right people. Without this bill, we've seen nefarious acts like people stalking their girlfriends and claiming that they were a private investigator. So without extending this sunset and extending this regulation, we would go back into those dark days. And so with that, members, I will answer one question that was brought up to me, and that was about, on the fiscal note, there was a $25,000 discrepancy. The way this program works is it's cash funded by the private investigators through a fee. In years past, we've actually seen more private investigators enroll into the program than expected, and so there was actually an overflow in that cash fund, which would have allowed the fee to go down, which is why you see that $25,000 discrepancy, that we wouldn't collect as much in fees. We wouldn't collect as much in fees as much as the administration costs because there was an extra pot of money there. Now, given our current budget situation, should that cash fund be rated in order to offset some of our shortfall, the fee would increase. We have talked with the private investigators and they are fine with their fee going back up. DORA has the ability and the authority to regulate the fee and increase it or decrease it as needed. It was just going into this year, they thought they could decrease it, and that may not be the case, but we are prepared for that to take place. And with that, members, being my first bill with Representative Wilson, I am honored to have him as a co-prime on this, and we ask for your aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to reiterate, I was a little facetious when I said that I hired a private investigator to find Representative Melton. But had I done so, I think it would be in my best interest and his as well that we have some oversight of that individual who's looking into his background and his personal business. That's why we ran this bill. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1207? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 12. Oh, Representative Humphrey. Got me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall correctly, I think it was a recommendation of DORA that this not be continued, that it be allowed to sunset, and it's been a little while. And I think the discussion was, the concern that the sponsors was that there still needed to be this regulation for the sake of insurance and indemnification, that sort of thing. But if I do recall correctly, and it was DORA's recommendation to let this sunset, I would be opposed to the bill.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Humphrey. You are correct. It was DORA's recommendation that the regulation of PIs go into the sunset, if you will. Quite frankly, I vehemently disagreed with that. When something's working, what a concept. You might want to continue to do so. And I'm sure that any of those people in Dora that were being investigated with a PI would probably want one that was actually having some oversight.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I'll add is, members, this program is working. Members, we have private investigators that are signing up. They want the regulation. They want to be legitimized through this regulation. And frankly, if this program doesn't fit inside the box of Dora, then we need to change the box. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1207? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1207. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1207 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1211.
House Bill 1211 by Representatives Valdez D. and Holtorf, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the continuation of the licensing of egg dealers and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And by the way, happy birthday. I hope you had a good birthday party last night and they brought you a cake. Because here we're going to move House Bill 1211.
Did you need to move an appropriations report?
And appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was no appropriations report. And
to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill. It allows a program which is currently scheduled to repeal here next month on July 1st, but adds a regulation of non-poultry eggs into the program by a Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. It's a good bill for farm safety and for individuals throughout, so we can make that birthday cake with quality eggs. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've enjoyed working with Representative Valdez on this. It's very important that we maintain food safety and a safe food supply. So with this extension of the sunset, we will continue to do that in the poultry business. The biggest change was to add other avian species at the request of the Secretary of Agriculture and the Department of Agriculture, which we've done in this. And I also encourage an aye vote for 1211.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if one of the sponsors could give me an example of how this bill would work.
Would anybody like to reply? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
So, members, I just want to let folks know that we did hear this bill in the Finance Committee. And I know tensions may be a little bit high at this point in session. If you would like to get a good laugh, I suggest you listen to this hearing in Finance Committee. We had a great discussion about extraterrestrial eggs and brown and white eggs and the difference between all kinds of eggs. So if you're interested in learning more about eggs, I suggest you listen to the tape in the Finance Committee on this bill. Oh, and Snyder does have, Representative Snyder does have the egg on his desk. So thank you guys, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1211? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In an effort not to get egg on my face, I will save any other commentary and allow for all of us to consider an aye vote.
Any further discussion on 1211? Seeing none, the question for Representative Valdez D.
thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a brown egg here. If anybody wants a brown egg, here we going once, going twice. Sold. Thank you.
Yum. Any further discussion on 1211? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1211. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 1211 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1218.
House Bill 1218 by Representative Buckner, also Senator Danielson, concerning the continuation of the licensing of hearing aid providers and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Hawkes Lewis.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you the day after your birthday.
Oh, thank you. Honor to serve with you.
Members, I am playing this by ear. I am pinch hitting for Rep. Buckner this morning. This is the sunset bill for, we have two bills. The first one is 1218. So, Mr. Chair, I move 1218 and the bill and the health and insurance report.
To the health and insurance report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first bill, 1218, is about hearing aid providers. And for those of you that may not know the difference between hearing aid providers and audiologists, hearing aid specialists are trained to interpret assessments and help patients with selection and fitting of the hearing aids. The Health and Insurance Committee didn't have any huge changes. The important thing about the bill is we now have a continuing ed requirement, which is very important.
Is there any further discussion on the health and insurance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the health insurance and insurance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The health and insurance report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, again, the sunset bill, we are adding continuing education requirements. They've adjusted the sunset review date, and they've taken a look, Dora has taken a look at the professional liability policies. So with all that said, I'm hoping we can pass this bill. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1218? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1218. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1218 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representative Buckner, also Senator Danielson, concerning the continuation of the licensing of audiologists and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And an ear nod to Rep. Buckner, who also was the lead representative on this sunset bill. Members, if you can't hear me, you need to go see one of these folks. This is the sunset review for audiologists. They have advanced training. They can help diagnose, evaluate, and manage patients. So so I'd like to move the bill, House Bill 1219, and the health and insurance report.
To the health and insurance report.
There was some discussion in committee about what information is given to patients and what kind of information is shared with physicians. In general, there were no large changes, so please vote yes on the committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the health insurance report. The health and insurance report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The health and insurance report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, this is the sunset review for audiologists. They can have masters. They are certified and licensed. So I ask that we please pass this sunset bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1219? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1219. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1219 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representative Sullivan, also Senator Foote, concerning the continuation of the Motorcycle Operator Safety Training Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations, Finance, and Business Committee reports and House Bill 1285.
To the Finance Report.
To the Finance Report, that was one of the portions where we added the safety clause, had to take out the petition clause because of the late time frame of the session. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Report is adopted. Representative Sullivan.
To the business report in the Business Committee, we had an amendment to put together the makeup of the board, and I ask for a aye on that amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Business Affairs and Labor Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the sunset continuation of 1285, which is the motorcycle operator safety program. We're asking for a continuance of 5 years to run it until 2025 with an advisory board, making sure people have the ability to have safe drivers. The intent of the program was to make safety training affordable and available to riders. Colorado has is ranked 17th amongst U.S. states in motorcycle ownership, outpacing several warm weather states where riding is possible year-round. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1285? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption or passage of 1285. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1285 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Garnett and Williams, also Senator Story, concerning the continuation of the regulation of fantasy contest operators and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1286 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They actually decreased the appropriation in the Appropriations Committee, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'm honored to be up here with Representative Williams. We've never run a bill together, so it's been an honor to work with him. And this is a bipartisan effort to not only implement the sunset and the recommendations from DORA, which were to move fantasy sports into the Division of Gaming under the Department of Revenue, because that's where sports betting is now located. But also, we have a few amendments to essentially loosen up what we did in 2015. And if you remember, if you were here, and for some of you that weren't, in 2015 we were the 7th state to legalize skilled gaming, which is fantasy sports, and we put quite a we tightened it up quite a bit to make sure that there wasn't any abuse. And 5 years later, there have been no reports of abuse to the Department of Regulatory Affairs, and across the country, there have been no examples of abuse. So with that, I would move L003 and ask for it to be displayed.
L003 is displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would urge an aye vote on L003. It just implements some technical fixes from the Department of Revenue.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L003 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004 and ask for it to be displayed.
L004 is displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this, the big piece here is to allow for college sports to participate. This is something in 2015 we wanted to go slow. We wanted to make sure that there wasn't any abuse in the system. 41 states have legalized. I think we're one of 3 that doesn't have college sports. I've talked to CU and CSU, the 2 major 4 years, and they are fine with moving forward with this amendment. And I would urge an aye vote on L004.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Oh, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to this amendment here for bringing in college athletes. In the fantasy world, you're betting on the individual athlete themselves as opposed to the team. In this instance here, there are college athletes that are 17 years old that we will be bringing in and placing bets on and wagering on. And I know we apparently haven't had any good point shaving scandals here in the country because politicians seem to be taking up all of the oxygen and those kinds of scandals. But I am very concerned when there's somebody who lives down the hall from somebody in a dorm, and it doesn't necessarily change the outcome of the game, but it can change the outcome of someone's fantasy team if somebody fumbles the ball or misses shots. So I would be opposed to this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
L004 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill. Again, there have been no examples since we were one of the first states to pass it of abuse. This is much different than betting on individual athletes. There's never actually an example of when you're playing skilled gaming where you are betting on one person. This is something that has happened across the country, and again, there are no examples of abuse, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo everything that the Majority Leader has stated, and I also, on a personal note, want to say it's been a pleasure working with the Majority Leader on this. He has a vast experience with this with this topic. I meant legislatively, of course. It's one of the areas that we do agree on, and I actually also engage in fantasy sports. And so this was something that was easy for me to come and work with him on, and I just want to say I appreciate his work that he's done, well before I got here, and his continued efforts to make sure that we're doing this in a responsible way. So please vote yes.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our committee, I was the lone no on this, and so again, it's the prerequisite that you come up and you speak as to why you were the no in it. A couple of the concerns that I had pertaining to this is the two major companies that are running the fantasy sports that are in the state of Colorado are both billion-dollar companies. The fee that we charge them is $25,000. It's gone down considerably each year since then. I had asked questions as to what the fee was going to be this year and what it would be in consecutive years. I hadn't heard back from that. Also, I am glad that we do have regulations pertaining to this industry because this industry has been fraught with illegal activities by people who work for the company having the insider information. And as it is, 90% of the pools that are set up are won by 2% of the players. Being a gambler myself, I like to at least be in a game where I have an actual chance of winning something. This isn't one of those games. And although they told us that, you can get into a game with your brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law has 5 members of the Cleveland Browns on his team, so, that makes it a little bit easier, but I don't want his $10. I want the yacht and the $1 million that they advertise on these programs. That's what I want to win. And quite frankly, the average gambler has no chance of winning those at all. And I think they come after some of our people who don't have that money to set aside. So I will be a no on this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I answer these questions in committee, but I respectfully disagree with everything, actually, that Representative Sullivan was saying. Let me start with the fees. In Colorado, because of Tabor, you can't just charge a fee for whatever you want because the company that you're regulating happens to be profitable. The fee has to be balanced with the cost of the regulation. That's how it works. So you can't just charge whatever fee that you want based on the profitability of the company. There are many different ways that you can participate in fantasy sports. One of them is participating in contests that have big pools. It is not gambling. It is it's skilled gaming. There is a big difference. The reason that not anyone can just get in and win one of these big pools is because there are people who are better than the people who are losing. That's the definition of skill. Again, this doesn't allow employees of the companies to participate in games with the public. So this idea that there's somehow a rigged system, I took care of in 2015 with a 17-page amendment that I put on at the time Majority Leader Crisanta Duran's bill. So we have thought through all of this. There is no abuse of the system, and so again, I respectfully disagree with Representative Sullivan's points.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want you to understand this is a day of historical moments. After 695 pages of the long bill and 70 amendments, here we have Representative Williams and the Majority Leader at the well and both smiling. I just wanted to point that out.
Any Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to again echo everything that the Majority Leader has stated here. And just from my own personal experience, I can tell you that fantasy sports contests, they are a game of skill. There's a lot of research that if you're an avid player, so to speak, there is a lot of research. I certainly do it. There's actually, not that I'm trying to encourage anyone to do it, but I actually subscribe to when fantasy football comes around. There's an individual company called the Football Scientist. Lots of documentation, scientific analysis, and data that goes into recommendations on who you should actually draft, for instance. And there is a bit of science to this. There's a bit of art to it. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But mostly it is a game of skill. And if you don't do it right, it could mean the difference between being in last place or a champion. So I agree with everything our Majority Leader has said, and there has been, from anything I can see, not a lot of abuse, if any. And this is simply a good bill, and we want to continue it. So please vote yes.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1286. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. 1286 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives McCluskey and Pelton, also Senators Coram and Gonzalez, concerning the provision of emergency telephone service and in connection therewith establishing the 911 surcharge and amending the requirements for the emergency telephone charge and the prepaid wireless 911 charge.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1293 and the committee report on Business Affairs and Labor, and the committee report from Finance, and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Appropriations, we removed the entirety of the fiscal note by absorbing the cost of some of our program into the Department of Revenue. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Finance report, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Finance, we made an adjustment after working with our stakeholders for the prepaid cards purchased at retailers to make sure that particularly our seniors and elder community would not be impacted by increases of a surcharge with our 911 funding. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Business Affairs, again, working closely with our stakeholders, we were able to do some cleanup with an amendment that helped align a lot of the language and the provisions in our 911 bill with our broadband community and some of the recent legislation there. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Business Affairs and Labor Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those bills that we all can find value in. You know, we grow up knowing 911 as the connection for help during an emergency. It's probably the first three numbers that our kids learn through school, and certainly a number that my family has had to use in times of emergency, and I'm always so grateful when I call 911 to know that help is on the way. It is critically important that we pass House Bill 1293 because it's time that we upgrade and bring Colorado's 911 service into the 21st century. First, Colorado's on the path to migrating to an IP-based next-gen 911 technology. We must do this to meet the service expectations of our local emergency responders, residents, and tourists, and we need to better meet telecommunications requirements. In 2018, a new 911 tariff required that every PSAP migrate to the emergency IP network. Areas of our state, primarily rural, Western Slope, Eastern Plains, lack the 911 network redundancy and are certainly susceptible to outages and other hardware and communications problems. By moving to the Emergency Services IP network in only one step, the full next-gen 911 implementation will require a number of other features, and that's what's at the heart of the 1293 bill, is an opportunity to adequately fund and provide a sustainable path forward for funding these changes. We'll be able to revise the amount of the 911 surcharge that's assessed locally as one bucket. We are also implementing a statewide surcharge to help offset some of those extraordinary costs in our rural communities, and ultimately those prepaid cards as well. With that, I urge an aye vote on bringing our 911 system into the 21st century, making sure that all of our local communities are able to continue to operate a robust 911 response system for the health, safety, and well-being of Coloradans. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my co-prime for including me in this bill. This bill has been in the works with stakeholders for a year and a half at least. A lot of work has been done around this bill. In my previous life as a county commissioner, I dealt with some of this firsthand. Our small rural country communication centers are going to need to spend a lot of money on upgrades. Right before I became a county commissioner, my little county of 1,800 people spent $500,000 in their communication center. So another county in my district, while I was a county commissioner, spent over $1 million. So this is really needed to upgrade these communication centers out in the country. And it still has local control. The commissioners can still go to the PUC and ask for a rate increase. So I urge an aye vote on this.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. You know, I've had several questions as we have been talking about not just the 911 money, but also the broadband money, because as the bill sponsor mentioned, we are currently in this transitionary age where we still have landlines and we still have areas of this state which do not have broadband coverage to the large extent. But when you start to hear how many 911 calls are generated from different sources, it should shock you. Over 90% of 911 calls are generated from IP-based systems. And that means your cell phone. That means an IP, voice over IP network. And so what we're seeing really is the cusp of really that transition finalizing, where we are going to have 911 calls almost entirely over IP, internet-based systems. And so to that, I caution this body that as we go forward with this bill, and I will support this bill, we really do need to have a conversation about this funding source and the broadband funding source, which of course was converted in the last few years from sort of the last mile copper to the last mile fiber. And so what we really need to do is have a conversation that's a little more robust than what we've had so far about how we use these two funding sources to do the best for Colorado that's underserved in the voice over IP network side. That's where we're heading. We know that that's the inevitability, and we need to make sure that we're not creating two pools of money that can just simply never be combined. Thank you very much.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McKean. I look forward to having those conversations with you because I do believe it's our responsibility to be thinking at that higher level. Now more than ever, our rural communities are gravely dependent on broadband access. The 911 upgrades that we are making, many say are years behind, right? It's time that we bring Colorado into the 21st century with both of those systems, and I would love to work with you next year on that approach. Thank you.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a sparkling personality up there, sir.
Thank you.
And it is well demonstrated. My question for the bill sponsors, is this an analog system? And if it is an analog system, why isn't it an electronic system? And the other issue that I have is broadband. And would you please explain to me if the broadband will work with this, and I thought it was an analog system that we're talking about.
Representative Pelton.
We have analog and digital right now, and we are working to transition it to an IP type of system. Right.
Okay. So this is broadband.
Can you talk to broadband?
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we're moving from an analog system through the IZZYNet system to the next-gen technology.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so even though a lot of this is an analog system that's going to be installed, it will work with the electronic systems. Is that correct?
Representative Pelton.
Thank you. The analog systems will be going away. We are transitioning to electronic and the next-gen system. So the analog will be going away, and that's why all these dispatch centers will have to be upgrading their equipment.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Champion, for your question. I'm happy to go offline and get additional information. It doesn't mean that if you have a landline right now, you're not able to call 911. I certainly hope, I don't want to leave you with that impression at all. It's the upgrade of the call centers, the PSAPs themselves.
Representative Champion.
Thank you. We spoke of this in the Finance Committee, and I never did get a straight answer from the people that were going to install this particular system for the kind of money that we're talking about as to whether it was an electronic or an analog. And I understood that it was an analog system that we were going to pay for now. An analog is for sure going to go away. And that's the genesis of all these questions that I have.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Champion. I'm sorry if we failed to follow up on that point. I would be happy to do so, though, and get additional detail. We have been moving some of our call centers to the new system. It's a migration. The PSAPs are doing it. The 58 different PSAPs are doing it kind of across the board, or governing authorities. And I know that Aurora has started. Others are on the way. Excellent question. I can get you more details on that transition to the new IP-based system.
Representative Champion.
I would like to thank the bill sponsors for this. Thank you both.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1293? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1293. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 1293 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1336.
Yeah.
House Bill 1336 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota. Also Senators Fenberg and Heisey. Concerning requiring the satisfactory completion of a course that includes the Holocaust and genocide studies as a connection of high school graduation in public schools.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to move House Bill 1336 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
We have before you a really important bill, and because of what was going on in our world with the COVID pandemic, the community came together and raised the money so that we could make sure to move this bill forward, netting a zero fiscal note for the General Assembly. We are incredibly grateful to everyone from the vast communities who came together to support this monumental bill, and we ask for an aye on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report or the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so honored to bring you House Bill 1336 today. Over the summer, I was invited to the home of Fanny Starr, Colorado's oldest Holocaust survivor, who's recently celebrated her 92nd birthday. I had the opportunity to hear from members of my community about their desire to ensure our schools were teaching about the Holocaust. As I began to expand the conversation to my colleagues and other educators who teach genocide studies, I could see that we had a true opportunity to bring together an incredible group of people to create the bill you're considering today. This coalition also includes the Armenian National Committee's Western Region and the Armenians of Colorado. The Armenian community also tells us about their history of genocide. We have a resolution to commemorate it each year, and we actually have a memorial on the Capitol grounds. And when we talk about the Holocaust, we often say, never forget, never forget. What I've heard from the Armenian community is that had the world risen up to defend them, had that genocide been stopped, could we have had a different world? Could the world have prevented the rise of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust? None of us can know, but this vast coalition of people and organizations, we bring you this bill today because we believe that if we continue to teach these studies, if we say never forget, if our students can learn the lessons, the signs, the symptoms of what leads to a genocide, then perhaps we one day can have a world that never sees such violence again. There are 12 other states that require Holocaust and genocide education in public schools. But we knew that we needed to create a uniquely Colorado model for ourselves, one that respects local control of our schools, one that recognizes the need to provide resources for our chronically underpaid and overworked educators, and also one that meets the goals as we advocate for this legislation. Because I'm going to also add that in the context of this incredible collaboration, there have also been several incidents that compel us to act with urgency. Last spring, teens burned a swastika into the pavement of a local elementary school just blocks from my home. Last fall, there was a Boulder Daily Camera report of a man dressed as an Orthodox Jew handing out leaflets on the Pearl Street Walking Mall denying the Holocaust. And also last fall, we learned of the bombing threat against a Pueblo synagogue. We know that acts of anti-Semitism are on the rise. We've seen a 12% increase in 2019 from 2018 alone. And we are seeing significant acts of anti-Semitism in our K-12 schools. The time to implement such legislation is now. By requiring our students to receive Holocaust and genocide education, we believe we can prepare students to confront the immorality of the Holocaust, of genocide, and other acts of mass violence. Research shows that this kind of curriculum can develop students' respect for cultural diversity and help students gain insight into the important protection of international human rights for all people. To communicate the impact of personal responsibility, civic engagement, and societal response stimulate students' reflection on the roles and responsibilities of citizens in democratic societies to combat misinformation, indifference, and discrimination through the development of critical thinking skills and through tools of resistance such as protest, reform, and celebration. This kind of curriculum enables students to understand the ramifications of prejudice, racism, and stereotyping. And it will preserve the memories of survivors of genocide and provide opportunities for students to discuss and honor our survivors' cultural legacies. I cannot think of a more appropriate time to begin implementing Holocaust and genocide studies across the state of Colorado, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I stand in very strong support of House Bill 1336. You see, this past summer, almost a year ago today, no, next month, sorry. I had the distinct honor of traveling with the Armenian National Committee to Armenia. It was a legislative trip, and for the first time they included legislators from Colorado. And we were able to go and see firsthand the amazing country of Armenia. And I met so many amazing people within the government of Armenia. And watching how they have come out of the ashes, literally, inspired me so much. I was saddened because the reason I was chosen and asked to go on this trip was during one of the resolutions years ago that we do on this floor every year commemorating the genocide. I shared my story of how I learned about the genocide. It wasn't through history. It wasn't through history books in school. It wasn't even through social media or popular media. It was before the Kardashians really started talking about Armenia. It was from a dear friend of mine who I worked with at the Colorado Progressive Coalition years ago when I was an organizer working on issues of social justice. We were having a very intense conversation about all of the injustices facing this country. And I looked at Stephanie, and she wasn't saying much. And I pulled her aside later and said, "You all right? We're good today? What's happening?" And she broke down in tears. Stephanie's Armenian. She wanted to know why we never talked about, in a social justice movement, the genocide of her people. I was embarrassed to say I have no idea what you're talking about. I never heard of it. I never learned of it. She explained it to me and what had happened. I shared that story right here in this well and was able to go and learn even more about this amazing culture. I do want to share today words from one of the people who were on that trip with me, who couldn't be here. We don't have an Armenian legislator to stand here and be the voice for Armenia today, so he asked me to share that voice. This is from Simon. Think of 4 people you love the most. Now imagine losing 3 of them. Now imagine everyone you know losing 3 out of their 4 loved ones. In addition to the loss of life, imagine losing everything you own. Your house, your belongings, your memories. Imagine the culture that you were a part of being erased in the lands where you and your ancestors lived for centuries. Now imagine being told that all of this was either a lie or justified punishment for questioning your government. For 100 years, this has been the Armenian experience. Starting in 1915, and within a few years, the Ottoman Turkish Empire eradicated nearly every single Armenian citizen, confiscating their properties and destroying their sacred sites. What happened to Armenians was so outrageous that it gave birth to a new word, genocide, a word that took Raphael Lemkin a quarter century to coin. Yet this crime is still denied by the government of Turkey, which pressures world governments and even state legislative bodies like ours into forgetting the Armenian genocide. When Hitler reassured his commanders in 1939 that they would literally get away with murder, his final argument stated, "Who, after all, remembers the Armenians?" Requiring the teaching of the Armenian genocide in Colorado schools will teach our children about humanity and also give some measure of justice to the descendants of the Armenian genocide. Thank you all for remembering us, the Armenians. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Representative Eskar, I wish you'd stayed here because you and I experienced something together that profoundly changed our lives. And I've told you all before about walking through Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum in Israel, in Jerusalem, and the process, the emotional and physical process that takes you through. That was a vital piece for me, and I was raised a kid who grew up, as I've said before, with Frank Capra's pictures of the D-Day invasion and the understanding of why it was so important to eviscerate Nazism and Hitler, and why it was so important to remember what happened so that it cannot happen again. But what I also learned as a kid that was then reinforced at Yad Vashem and in so many other ways is that the Holocaust is archetypal of what we need to remember, but it was not the only time that we've done this. Stalin killed how many Jews in Russia? How many Armenians were killed in the idea of don't resist your government, go along with everything that you're told, and subjugate yourself to a subclass? The need for this bill to create a standard by which we teach about genocide, about the Holocaust, is so that we can leave that as an archetype of what we must never, ever allow to happen again. And to the great risk of saying that all of these others are part of that composite, I would say that when we talk about the Holocaust, we have something that is so transformational to us as we walked through Yad Vashem, as we saw the pictures, as the thing that stopped me in my tracks was the letter from Hermann Goering to his children that said, at first the killing was hard, but then it got easier, and I decided if I just kept doing it, it would be easier still. In his handwriting, to tell his children how to kill other people. There is such a need that we preserve the horrific legacy of the Holocaust to understand what it was and how it happens and how it must never happen again. Thank you to the sponsors for your work on this bill. I appreciate so much how you manage this process. I have a tremendous amount of respect for how you did that, how you continued through that process, and how you really remained true to what was important in this. Thank you from the very bottom of my heart.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative McKean, thank you for experiencing that with me as well. I did not leave out that part of my experience as well. I just wanted to make sure I had the Armenian voice here, but always be a memory of walking through there with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you as well.
Members, are you tired of bigotry? Members, are you weary about authoritarianism? As only light drives out darkness, the best cure for the disease that is intolerance and ignorance is education and acceptance. Do you really believe the words never again? Then we must take action. As Primo Levi said, it happened and it could happen again, and that's what we are here to say. Hate is taught. This bill unteaches it. If not now, when? Please vote yes.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to serve with you. And happy birthday. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1336. Many times you've heard me say that I'm kind of a junior historian. I love history, and I I know our history reasonably well. And certainly, it's been eloquently spoken about the genocide of the Jewish people in World War II, and how unfortunate and devastating it was, and it still is today. However, don't think for a moment that genocide stopped with the end of World War II in 1945, and it started well before World War II. Let me give you a few examples. It was well underway under the Soviet Union, under the leadership of Joseph Stalin. A lot of people talk about what the Jewish people suffered with 6 million being murdered. What a lot of people don't realize, under communism and Joseph Stalin in the 1920s and the 1930s, 20 to 24 million Soviet citizens were starved to death or executed under communism and Joseph Stalin. That goes virtually unnoticed today. Under China in the 1950s and the 1960s, under Mao Zedong, 30 to 50, it's estimated a minimum of 30 to as many 50 million Chinese were starved or worked to death under communism and Mao Zedong. And that goes virtually unnoticed today. It was genocide practiced under governmental control. In the 1970s, when the communists took over Cambodia with Pol Pot, they immediately, anybody that, even if you wore glasses or you were educated at all, they immediately executed you. And as many as 2 million Cambodian citizens were murdered by the Pol Pot and the communist regime under Pol Pot. 2 million. Doesn't sound like a lot, but in Cambodia they only had a population of like 5 or 6 million. And genocide still goes on today with the Kurds in the Middle East. Under Iraq and Saddam Hussein, the Kurds were consistently harassed and executed by Saddam Hussein. And it still goes on today because the Kurdish population, which covers parts of Iran, Iraq, and Turkey, the Kurds, most people don't know, the Kurdish minority is the largest population group that does not have their own country today. It's estimated there's upwards of 30 million Kurds that after World War I, they were denied their own country. And so that's why we see a lot of unrest in Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. And the Kurdish population is consistently harassed and killed and executed. So genocide still goes on today. So with that, in our efforts to educate our school children about genocide, which I think is proper, I would like to move to L00, if just a minute, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Can we have the attention of the chamber, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I move L002 and ask it to be displayed.
L002 is displayed. I got it.
Members, all this amendment does, if we're going to teach about genocide, whether it's the Jewish population or the Armenians, which I'm all in favor of, I think it's only fair and proper that we teach them about the genocide that's gone on in the Soviet Union under communism, China, Cambodia, and as I mentioned, the Kurdish people today. So I ask for an aye vote on L002. Let's teach our children not only about what genocide happened 75 years ago, but what's happened 100 years ago, 70 years ago, 30 years ago, and genocide that occurs today. I ask for an aye vote on L002.
Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Liston. I believe you were one of the first people who signed on as a co-sponsor of this bill, and I know that your heart is with the intent of this bill. We did a significant amount of stakeholdering, I don't know if that's a word, stakeholding, and this, we were never aware of an amendment of this sort that was coming forth. This is the first that I'm seeing of it. So what I would like to inform you about in the bill is this was absolutely taken into consideration because we know that there was not only one attempt to destroy a people, and this is why we are asking to bring this forward so that there is never another attempt to destroy a people. And the bill is written in a way for local control, for local communities to be able to say, we would like to include these, exactly what you have pointed up on the board. And or I imagine in communities where there is a large Armenian population, there would be more coverage of the Armenian community, et cetera. So what I'm saying is that I understand the intent of this amendment, and the bill actually also takes care of this amendment, and I'm going to ask for a no vote because we did not have time to come together with our community and talk about these specific words. But we did talk about the intent of making sure local communities could choose to cover other acts of genocide and other acts of racial violence in their communities. Local control is where it's at, and that's where we have left it open enough. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Michelson Janae. You know, and I certainly believe in local control, and it's my fault. Yes, I'm a co-sponsor. I'm a proud co-sponsor. I just want to make sure that, and if it's worded in here, that these groups and the people of the Soviet Union and China, and I'm sure there's other examples that I've left out. I just did this, quite frankly, on the fly off the top of my head. I'm sure if I really thought about it more, I could have gotten a longer list, quite frankly. But I just want to make the point that genocide just did not occur in World War II. You know, that's the genocide that is most often talked about, but it was happening long before, quite frankly, it was happening long before even there's been innumerable number of examples that occurred. But I think that what I want to make sure of is that the local educators do not leave out these groups and do not gloss over and just say, okay, we talked about genocide of the Jewish people or the Armenians, but there are other ethnic groups and other people that were not even ethnic groups, you know, Christians and gypsies and all kinds of people were and still are today being actively sought out and killed. So that's my point, and I still ask for an aye vote.
Representative Michelson Janae. Or Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to point out that none of what you're talking is not included in here. On page 2 of the bill, we use UN definitions, globally accepted definitions here, where we talk about genocide, which means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Killing members of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, deliberately inflicting on a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole and in part. And it goes on, so I would encourage everyone to reflect back on page 2 and 3 of the bill for definitions about what we are discussing, which cover and scope what you bring up.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak to the amendment. It appears to me that this is a friendly amendment. It appears to me that this small insertion highlights other groups and other historical references to genocide. Now, we know in the annals of centuries of history, this list could be long and distinguished. But it is truly my opinion that you should be more inclusive because we talk about inclusivity. You should be more considerate as we talk about other groups, ethnicities, or cultures. And it is my opinion that this is not a confrontational amendment. It is a friendly amendment. Under the words of fast, friendly, and free, which I know were things that we were using as guidelines for returning to the Capitol in this COVID-19 crisis, we could spend hours discussing this small paragraph and the insertion of this, but I think it is completely unnecessary, and I would ask for some consideration in moving our process along to add these simple lines referencing, it's 2.5 lines. I'm looking, a little under 2.5 lines to reference some other parts of the world, other cultures that have also suffered greatly through genocide. So please have some more consideration, bill sponsors.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my fellow representative. I kind of think consideration is letting the sponsors know about an amendment before it shows up on the floor. I'm just going to throw that out there. But to your point, and to Representative Liston's own point, had he had the time, this would be an exceptionally long list. And the reason that we did not, the very specific reason, is so that we didn't leave out a community that has been targeted. We didn't want to limit what they were allowed to do. We gave the definition of genocide. And we know that it's going on, sadly, in our world today, which is why we stand here. And we want to leave it open so that future school boards and future committees, this is the money that was raised for this, is to bring a community together to talk about how we implement in different parts of the state. And I mean, we talk about local control all the time. The intent, of course, is friendly. The intent, of course, is honorable. Unfortunately, when we discussed putting in a list, that came back with a fear from the community of taking away local control and their ability to continue being students of the world, to be able to bring up what is relevant in their own communities. Local control won the day. This takes that away. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I want to assure you, Representative Michelson-Janae, and all the members here, I apologize. I wasn't trying to, I'll say, ambush you. I started looking at this, and it just made me think, well, geez, you know, these are legitimate groups, well documented, and it's easy to insert. It's easy to insert. It takes away nothing from your intent, and I say our intent, and it just further raises the level, because a lot of people have no idea about the genocide that occurred in these countries, and you're right. There's others that can be that could be added, but these are very prime examples. Like I say, well documented, and it certainly was offered and is offered in a friendly context. It's definitely a friendly amendment, and I just thought, because when I signed on to it, it was thinking about the Jewish people. I'd forgotten about the Armenians, and so as I was reading through it, I go, geez, if it's good for them, which it is, it ought to be. Let's make the level of awareness to these other groups as well. So by all means, it is a friendly amendment, and I would hope that the local school boards would take this and further educate the children that what went on, like I say, 100 years ago, unfortunately, is still going on in the Middle East and in Africa and in China. It's not just relegated to 75 or 100 years ago. So with that, I do renew my motion for my friendly amendment of L002 and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate what the amendment sponsor is bringing up here. And this is what I'm going to suggest to the amendment sponsor and to the amendment. This is the first chamber that this is in. This is the first, it's already been through one committee. We've brought the idea up here. I'm sure this list could change and grow and move in all kinds of different ways between now and moving to the Senate, where it will be heard in another committee, where there will be a deliberative bipartisan process because Senator Heisey is the co-prime sponsor with Senator Fenberg. And so I think there's an opportunity here to make sure that we meticulously get this language right. I'm not sure this is that place to do that. And so I would hope that the amendment sponsor is able to withdraw the amendment today with an understanding, and I'm speaking to the bill sponsors now, that we can have that conversation between Senator Fenberg, Senator Heisey, and bring this up in whatever committee it goes to, and have that long, thoughtful conversation in the Senate, because this is a very important topic. We want to get it right the first time. I know there was a ton of stakeholder work because I could barely get in the committee room where the stakeholder work was happening. And so I respectfully request that the amendment was withdrawn today, and I'm putting it on the record that I would like to see this stake held further after passage, before it passes in the Senate.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Singer, Representative Michaels, and Janae. You make a good suggestion, and with respect to you all, I will ask that L002 be removed, and as I have your assurances that this will be brought up in the Senate and elsewhere. So with that, I ask for L002 to be removed for the time being. Thank you, members.
002 is withdrawn. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that we're back to the main question here. I appreciate the words of my colleague from Boulder County. I just wanted to sort of sound two themes, one of which has been already adverted to by some of our colleagues. There are not a lot of events in human history that change the English language, but the Holocaust was one of those. We, in English anyway, did not have a word to describe the kind of thing that happened in Europe to the Jewish community and to other communities, or as was alluded to the Armenian community decades before that. So it took staring at that horror of mechanized death to realize that our vocabulary was inadequate. We have the word homicide, from the Latin to kill a person. But what happened in World War II was not the killing of a person, it was not the killing of many persons, it was substantially the killing of an entire people. I just wanted to emphasize that. And the second point, and we did just touch on this a little bit with the amendment, and I'm glad that conversation will go on for another day. Yes, we do know that this is happening. Cambodia was alluded to. I've been to Cambodia. Many years ago, I traveled to Guatemala, where they had horrible times in a lot of the 20th century. And the government killed up to 75% of the indigenous population in certain parts of Guatemala. I would call that genocide too. So I strongly stand in support of codifying an educational requirement. I do think it's appropriate that it take on different character in different communities, that it be taught in a relevant way. I think what it is to teach genocide can and ought to be informed by who's learning. In my community, Aurora, we have people from over 100 countries, maybe more than 150 in the world. Frankly, a lot of them are coming to our country to flee genocide. So it makes total sense to me that the experience of those students might be factored into the lesson plan. That's appropriate, but it is unthinkable to me to look at some of the statistics that have been brought forward in connection with this bill to see how many people are apparently forgetting. We can't forget. If we forget, we're at risk of repeating. So I'm glad to see bipartisan support down here for this, and I hope we pass it strongly.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is an honor to serve with you, and it is an honor to be in Israel with you, an experience that I will never forget. And thanks to the bill sponsors for bringing such a thoughtful piece of legislation that truly does stand for something and will have an impact for generations to come. And my thanks to my colleagues who brought forward an amendment. I do know this bill went through extensive stakeholder processing. I was honored to play a small part in that stakeholdering, and I think an amendment to the bill at this point really requires some more thoughtful discussion at probably a later time and not right here on the fly. So thank you for doing a lot of work ahead of time to get this bill where it is. And also to the wonderful community that really stepped up and raised the funds necessary so that our kids and grandkids will be able to experience and learn about these vital and important matters. I toured Yad Vashem, and it feels like it was yesterday. Same with the museum in Washington, D.C. That's something that once you walk through, once you experience, I think it's a memory that is burned deep into your heart and soul that is unforgettable. And this bill will bring a small piece of that experience to our kids and grandkids. So just sincere thanks to the bill sponsors and the terrific community that is behind this great piece of legislation. Thanks so much.
Representative Mateo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I taught social studies for 4 years during my teaching career, and after all these years, I can actually tell you what the Colorado standard is for teaching World War II history and the subtopics that we cover during that time. We teach the Holocaust and World War II in one unit. You have 4 weeks to cover the entirety of World War II and the political actions that led to the Holocaust. We spend maybe 2 days at 50 minutes apiece, and once you figure in getting the kids set down and ready for work, you got 45 minutes apiece, so a total of 90 minutes about the escalation of anti-Semite policies after Hitler took over, the Reichstag burning, and the slaughter of Kristallnacht. And after that unit test happens, some 3 weeks later, their junior year of high school continues and comes to a close because, generally speaking, you're teaching World War II at the end of April, beginning of May. And these 2 45-minute classroom experiences where we talk about all these important topics is simply not enough. It's dangerous because now we have young adults who don't recognize the signs of insidious fascism and subtle ideas of racism and anti-Semitism. What's worse is that in some circles on social media, they've outright normalized these ideas of hate, like homophobia, like anti-Semitism, and like racism. It's why hate crimes are at a 16-year high. I truly believe that as a teacher. And 2019 saw the highest number of anti-Semitism incidences in a single year since they started recording in 1979. It's why this hate and violence bloomed into an attempted attack in my district, House District 47, at Temple Emmanuel, when a Nazi tried to blow up the temple. As a teacher, this dangerous apathy, this historical ignorance, and this dangerous normalization, this is why we're dealing with this problem. We haven't taught history, at least not as thoroughly as I feel like we should, because we are so strapped for time. We are so strapped for these resources. And this is why teaching genocide throughout world history is so important. So with that, I urge a strong yes vote, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for all their hard work and for their attention to this imminent and important issue. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was privileged to be and honored to be chosen to go to Israel this last December with Jewish Colorado, with several members from this body. My wife and oldest daughter had been to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., and told me of the profound effect it had on them. When we went to Avashem, we were fortunate enough to have a tour guide whose grandparents were survivors of the Holocaust, and to hear her personal stories along with the tour of the museum is just something that I will never, ever forget. And so I think this is a perfectly fitting bill to teach our kids more about what happened, because we need to do all we can to keep it from ever happening in this world again. So with that, I am in strong support of this bill.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank the sponsors of the bill for coming forward. This is so needed. And I want to commend all the speakers that have come up and spoke about the importance of teaching this. I completely agree. This summer I was in Mexico City, and they have a museum called the Museo de Tolerancia. It's on tolerance, and it is like our Holocaust Museum, but it is not just about the Holocaust of the Jewish people. It has Rwanda, it has Armenia, it has Serbia. All of those are studied. It's right near downtown Mexico City that people can go to, and they can see. Children are brought there by the busload, school children, to learn about genocide. That's how important it is. And members, I want to point out that the United Nations for many years, since 1951, has had a convention on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. And it describes what genocide is. The definition includes killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction of the group in whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And I'm pointing this out because it is not just outright killing of groups of people. It is much more than that. And I want to talk to you about the genocide that has gone on in this country, and that's the genocide of Native peoples. In 1830, the federal government passed the Indian Removal Act, where 60,000 people were forced off their land in southeastern United States. They were forced to walk to places east of the Mississippi. Many died. Many of you might have heard of the Trail of Tears. Over 17,000 people died because they were forced to walk across several states in the wintertime. There were 4,000 Cherokee who died, 3,000 Seminole Indians, 3,500 Chickasaw, up to 6,000 Choctaw, and 200 Ponca. These are just the ones they were able to track. We did this in the United States. In the 1800s, we also paid for, the U.S. government paid charities to establish boarding schools where Indian children were taken from their families, put in boarding schools. Their appearance, they had to cut their hair, they had to wear Western clothing, they had to stop speaking their languages, they had no contact with their families. The last boarding school closed in 1973. This has continued in our history. In 1956, we passed the Indian Relocation Act because we felt in the United States that it was important for Indians to assimilate into the larger culture. We promised them jobs, we promised them training, we promised them health insurance. Many of them were moved thousands of miles from their reservations and then didn't get that. That increased the number of homelessness as a result of that, or people without jobs. In 1956, we passed, not 56, in 1970, we passed in 1970, many of you were alive when this passed, the Family Planning Services and Population Research Act. As a result of that, it has a nice sounding name, But as a result of that, 25% of Native women of childbearing age were sterilized. That was at the hands of the U.S. government and the policies that we made. So members, genocide is not just across our borders. It's here in the United States, and people have to learn about that. So I think this is so important because those of you who are students of history, and many of you have come up and said you are, this is so important, and we need to teach children about it if we want to stop this kind of violence going forward. So I urge a yes vote to this bill.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I rise in support of this bill here. So I went to public school, and honestly, when I first heard about this bill, I kind of was puzzled because I learned about the Holocaust in the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 10th, and the 11th grade. And I was like, what is the issue that we are facing here? There is no dearth of public education about the Holocaust, about genocide in our public school system, at least not the one that I experienced. But then I got a little more reflective, and, you know, I think back to in the 8th grade when I had the tremendous honor of hearing directly from a Holocaust survivor who came in and gave an experience about her firsthand experience in Auschwitz. And I'll never forget, she brought a piece of soap that had been issued to her at the camp. And the soap was made from human beings. And as a 8th grader, that sort of thing stays with you. Obviously, it stuck with me because here I am almost 20 years later talking to you about that. And I suspect that is a memory that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. And then it dawned on me that my daughter, who is about to turn 3 years old, won't get to hear a firsthand story from a Holocaust survivor because there won't be any left. And that kind of powerful experience will not be available to her. And the lessons that I learned from that, you know, are so important and so relevant, frankly, to society that we can't afford to let that slip away. So this bill is more about making sure that for those people that aren't fortunate enough, like I was, to hear directly firsthand from a Holocaust survivor, those people who aren't fortunate enough to go to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., or tour Yad Vashem at Israel, which I was also honored to be able to do this past year, that they have experience and they understand, you know, what happened in the Holocaust. And that's another issue I know that we've been bringing up. You know, there are innumerable tragedies that have been committed throughout history by various different groups. And, you know, the amendment that was recently proposed mentioned just a few of them, but there were literally hundreds we could add to it. And why are we singling out the Holocaust? But the Holocaust stands as a unique example amongst all of those instances, in that this was a society that, you know, Germany in the 1930s was a society that claimed it was acting, you know, in a scientifically driven and a, you know, technologically advanced way. And for a people who thought themselves to be the most advanced people at that time, to tacitly allow for the horrors and the persecution and denigration and murder of their neighbors is a lesson that I think we could all stand to, you know, reflect upon in our society, because we are not immune to it just because we have, you know, advanced as a civilization. And it's important to be reminded that it's a slippery slope, and to learn from the examples of the past and to not forget them. So I thank the bill sponsors for bringing this. It's a very important piece of legislation. You know, we didn't have a chance to do the traditional Holocaust memorial, but I do think it's also important to, you know, take a moment to reflect on the over 6 million lives that were lost, and that we truly shall never forget them. And hopefully this bill in its own way will ensure that generations to come will also not forget what happened. So with that, I urge support.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I appreciate all the attention that this bill is bringing us. We talk oftentimes about the Holocaust Memorial, that we didn't bring that resolution this year, and I think this bill is more a tribute than any resolution we could bring. Before I start, I just wanted to thank Representative Wist and his family for the efforts that they had and brought to this. Former Representative Wist always spoke so eloquently about his own married family's experiences with the Armenian genocide. And also, I wanted to just put out a PSA for everyone. You know, we have an Armenian memorial garden on the Capitol grounds that sadly was defaced during the riots. For those of you who feel like you need to, in some way, take off that defacement right now, the materials that were used there are very meticulous, and you could actually further deface it. And so there are professionals doing that right now. So as much as my heart hurts, as much as I want to wipe off that graffiti right now, we've really got to let the professionals take that opportunity to do that and really honor the dead and remember the living. I just want to bring up two examples of my own family's experience with the Holocaust. My grandfather on my mom's side, Staff Sergeant Edwin Peckler, was the staff sergeant in charge of Nazi POWs in overseas. He looked nothing like me. He was a short Viking is what I call him. He was about this tall and had blonde hair, blue eyes, what Hitler would have called the perfect Aryan, and he spoke perfect German. And the reason that I bring up this story is he had the opportunity to exact his revenge on the people that were trying to eliminate his religion. And instead what he did is he walked up and he would walk up to the Nazi POWs and with his blonde hair and blue eyes and his perfect German say, "Ich bin ein Jude." I'm a Jew. And the German POWs would go, 999, it's not possible, it's not possible. He actually
Excuse me, Representative Singer. Members, can we have a little quiet in the back of the chamber? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He actually embodied what this bill is trying to do. When Nazi POWs had their birthdays, he made them a cake. And I can't tell you how many POWs came up in tears afterwards saying, this isn't what I was told, this isn't what I was taught. You're a human being. That's what this bill is about, but it approaches things before it's too late. On the other side of my family, my great uncle, who is still alive, was a paratrooper for the Allied forces. And we tell this story every Passover of how he was sitting in the airplane waiting to take off and go behind enemy lines, and the engines powered down before they even took off. And everyone sort of sat in silence for a second, and someone came on board and said, the ground forces have achieved our goal, the mission is off. And everybody started cheering. And Sergeant or Lieutenant William O'Hara came up, he raised his hand up and he demanded silence. And he said, others are dying in your place right now. Return to your barracks and think about that for a second. And the reason I bring this story up is there's so many cases where other people are dying in our place right now. And so when we remember the genocide, whether it is the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, what happened in Chile, what happened in Cambodia, if we don't take the time to remember, not just never forget, more will die in our place because of our inaction. And so in the name of the Roma and the Jehovah's Witnesses and the LGBT community, all of whom were slaughtered by Hitler's forces, in those names and so many others, I pray that this bill will not only make us never forget, but also make us always remember and make sure the next generation will not have to face the same sort of terror that previous generations have experienced. I encourage a strong, strong aye vote
on House Bill 1336. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, fellow colleagues. I am very happy to follow Representative Singer in showing my overwhelming support for this bill. I will tell you that in the annals of history, let us not forget the story that Representative Singer has just so eloquently reiterated, that if it were not for U.S. forces, if it were not for Allied forces, primarily United States forces in World War II, if it were not for these brave men and women, the terrible and horrible genocide that we speak of today may not have been stopped. It was the U.S. military along with our allies. It was the greatness of the United States of America with our economic potential and our spirit to work and our spirit to do good in this world and change for the better that led to the fall of Nazism, that led to the fall of this hatred that is so abhorrent. I will tell you that I had the privilege, and I say privilege, of serving the United States Armed Forces. I had the privilege of being assigned and stationed to the Federal Republic of Germany for 3.5 years, serving, of course, after the occupation in previous decades. For many reasons we served there and continue to serve in Europe. I have been to Dachau. In fact, I was stationed, I don't think it was an hour and a half from Dachau.
Excuse me, Representative Holtorf, I apologize for interrupting. Members, can we have quiet in the chamber, please? Continue, Representative Holtorf.
As they say in the military, at ease. Okay, just to make my point, that was such a powerful experience for me and my family that when my stepfather and my mother came to visit, I took them again to the same tour. But one of the things that struck me the most was that the U.S. forces entered Dachau. Staff sergeants and sergeants, like Representative Singer mentioned, who led the front-line troops, those privates and specialists that were at the tip of the spear, the first to enter one of the first, if not the first, concentration camp and liberate those people who were Jewish, but there were more than Jews there. There were gypsies there, there were Eastern Europeans there, there were Christians there. There were a lot of people, ethnicities, and religions that were also being persecuted. But I want us to not forget the greatness of this country, the greatness of the United States of America. And I've said this before, ladies and gentlemen, despite all of our warts, all of our scars, despite the goodness, the badness, we must never forget what we are to this world and what we represent. So I cast no admonishment or ill will against my country, and I will not. But I will tell you that this is important, and this is what makes the United States of America and what we do here today one of the best nations on this earth. And thank God for a democratic republic, not a national socialist government as we had in Nazi Germany controlling everything. Thank God for a democratic republic where we can speak freely and we can present these things openly and honestly and representatively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And let's not ever forget what we represent. All of us here, as citizens of Colorado and citizens of the United States of America. We represent the goodness and greatness in the world and continue to shine that light and hold that torch as Lady Liberty does above everything and all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I too had the benefit and privilege of visiting Yad Vashem in Jerusalem this past December. And really, that opportunity just marked how important it is to bear witness to what has happened in the past. I know probably everyone in this chamber is aware of the expression or the statement that those who forget the past are condemned to repeat the same mistakes in the future. So this highlights the importance of bringing Holocaust and genocide education into each one of our children's classrooms. Something else I wanted to point out to you, former President Eisenhower, when the Ohrdruf concentration camp was liberated in 1944, Dwight Eisenhower insisted on visiting this camp in person. The visit was important, as he later noted, because it would put him in a position to give firsthand evidence of these things if ever in the future there develops a tendency to charge these allegations to propaganda. Now more than ever, we need to continue talking about what has happened to various people within our world's history to make sure we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, and so that we develop a living memory, and each one of our children, as they grow older, they can instill those same lessons into the minds of their own children. We can never fall prey to a place where we look back and attribute so many atrocities to propaganda. We know this happened, and every child in our state needs the opportunity to hear the stories, learn the lessons, and keep this memory alive so we never ever again repeat these same mistakes and atrocities of the past.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I rise in strong support of this bill. You know, teaching about Holocaust and genocide studies, or at least allowing school districts or requiring them to adopt those standards, is very, very important. I know I was certainly shocked to learn that a school within my own legislative district, that their history books completely glossed over the fact that the Holocaust even existed. And that's not right. It's such an important part of human history. It's an ugly part of human history. But I want to tell you just a little bit more about why teaching genocide and Holocaust studies are so important. It's not just about Jews being persecuted during World War II. You see, members of my religious faith were also persecuted. As a Seventh-day Adventist, we were included in the same list of people who were to be sent to concentration camps or to the different prisons. Throughout history, minority groups have been discriminated against to the point to where people seem to think that they have to completely eliminate an entire group of people. And nations have tried to get away from this. I don't even know if we ever can get away from this human element. It's an ugly element. But after World War II, as those of you will think back to your history, I mean, in 1948, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights was adopted by the UN. In 1953, the Council of Europe adopted the European Convention of Human Rights. And yet, what happened in the early 90s in Eastern Europe? We had a genocide. And that was on a continent where we heard all this talk time and time again of we can't let this happen again, we can't let this happen again, and it did. And even in, the European Union, 2012, the Charter of Fundamental Rights was adopted. And yet we can point to lots of examples, especially in Representative Liston's amendment, of groups that continue to be persecuted, they continue to be killed, all because of their national, ethnic, racial, or religious affiliations. And it's happening right now. I mean, if we look, for example, to Hong Kong, we see a nation, China, that is certainly willing to completely destroy an entire national group for what ends. As I conclude my speech here in support of teaching about the Holocaust and about genocide, I do want to tell you a couple of personal stories. They're not really from a time of persecution, but when I was traveling, I was in Budapest. And I can remember walking along the Danube River. And I don't know how many of you have been to Budapest. I'm glad to see a few people have. There's a memorial, and everyone ought to go to Budapest to see this memorial. And as you're walking along the Danube River, you start to see these bronze shoes appear. And you realize that these shoes are not from the modern era. And as you walk along, there's more and more of these shoes. Some are on their side, some are upside down. Some of these shoes are clustered together, others are spread far apart. But they're all made out of bronze, and they're all lining the Danube River. And I can tell you, without a plaque, without a kiosk, without a tour guide, I had this cold shiver come over me because I knew that empty shoes represented that something really bad had occurred there. And finally, I got to the end, and there was a tiny plaque, and it described the murder that occurred by the Nazis at that very site. And it talked about how the bodies of the victims were just dumped into the Danube River, leaving their shoes behind. And an artist decided years later to depict that scene by having bronze shoes and really no indication of what they meant. But I can tell you, before I read anything about it, I knew that something bad had happened, and that certainly we don't want to let these things happen again. So I would encourage members to vote in support of this. I certainly hope and pray that we can prevent all sorts of future persecutions, future killings of people of religious groups or national groups. I know that that will always be a struggle, but that's why we need to continue to try every single year and do what we can in policy to make a difference, because that's what we came down here to do. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm down to offer my support, but I also want to recognize a lady that I know that has taken it upon herself to teach about the Holocaust and the genocides in junior high, middle school today. She's asking me if this will be put into the standards for the state of Colorado, because it's something that she felt strongly about. She had gone to the Holocaust Museum in D.C., signed up, because it had moved her so deep inside. And she continues to get, at her home, notifications from that museum, teaching materials from that museum, things that she could bring forward to the kids that live in that little country town. Open the door in their mind where they could see how terrible this had been. I do appreciate the fact that we want to bring it to everybody, but I wanted to also recognize her efforts as a professional teacher and as a professional person, and someone with a very big heart that cares about whether or not we pass this information on. And I know that she does have that serious need in her to teach these kids from Western Colorado something about the world, not only in social studies, but in their readings, in their reading class, in their language class, bringing it up, discussing it, talking about it, so that some of her students are pretty well prepared by the time they get to high school to take a deeper dive. And I do lament the fact that we don't teach history the way they taught history when I was a boy. But then again, that was on stone tablets. So I want you to know that there are people in the state of Colorado that care deeply about this. So the assumption, and I don't think that we're saying that they don't. This is an opportunity to bring it to the forefront to where people can get in behind it and start to think about it and start to use it as something we can teach our kids. So out of respect for that teacher, I thought that I would come down here and pass on her story to a certain degree. Some of you may know her. She's my wife, Carrie Catlin. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I would ask that you cut short your discussing the merits of this bill amongst yourselves for just a moment and turn your attention down here. Thanks to the bill sponsors for bringing this bill. I support the bill. I don't see Representative Singer, but this is going to be one of those what now speeches. I sit back here in this chair, I've sat in this chamber for 8 years, and I listen to us come to this well and wax eloquent about the resolutions, and this is what we're going to do, and we're going to change the world, and the next day it's forgotten. And I've got a sneaking suspicion that's going to happen with this. So I want to share a couple of things with you. In another life, I was a social studies teacher. Now, let me tell you about the realities of social studies. If you're going to teach American history, you're teaching over 2 centuries of history. Way over 2 centuries of history divided into 160 days if you're lucky. World War II encompassed, if you include 1939, it encompassed about 6 years of that history. So you're going to have to pick and choose what you cover. If you're teaching world history, which I also taught, World War II takes up an infinitesimal small part of that in 160 days. My point being, if you're going to get into the details of teaching the Holocaust and genocide, you're going to have to look at a higher level course that actually addresses that. Some high schools have that, some high schools do not. So, my point being in all this is that we are quick to support what should be taught, but we're reluctant to address what is being learned. And I'm going to let that sink in for a moment. You know, many of you will return to this chamber next year. I won't be returning to this chamber next year, but I would like to ask those who return to report on if they went to the classrooms across Colorado and checked up on what was being taught on the Holocaust and genocide. Or do you forget about it and we're going to be on another, high horse tomorrow? That's a challenge. And since I won't be here next year, I want to reiterate about what our students are actually learning. You've heard me pound the table about reading. 58% of our third graders are not scoring proficient. 58%. I use that statistic because that's the good news. 82% of our 7th graders in social studies are not proficient. So it won't do any good to say we're going to be teaching this if our students are not learning it. That's the disconnect. And are you ready for this one? In the 2017 study, 9 out of 10 parents believed their children were above average. Let that one soak in. That's what we're facing in our educational system. As I said, many of you will be here next year. I will not. As we sit here right now, our students in Colorado have had their education disrupted. So whatever was being taught, that's been disrupted. I do not think their proficiency will have improved during this period of time. Some of our students have done very well. Some of our students did not do anything on distance learning, and they'll report to our classrooms this fall. Your challenge, colleagues, as you sit here right now addressing this bill, talking about what we're going to teach our students, when you come back next year, your challenge is going to be to seriously address what our students are learning. Because if we don't address that, it won't matter how many of these great bills that we get passed on what we think should be taught. If they don't learn it, we're wasting our time. Someone has to confront the truth. And as we stand here today, 82% of our 7th graders in social studies that we're talking about are not proficient. I support this bill, but I more firmly support we need to address what they are learning. Thank you.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. It's very timely. I'd like to move L004 and ask that it be properly displayed. So this idea actually came from one of the colleagues on your side of the aisle.
Hold on one second, Representative Sane. We want to make sure we get it displayed.
Okay, very good.
All right, the amendment is properly displayed, Representative Sane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So one of your colleagues asked me, he said, are you against the genocide of human beings? I said, yes. In fact, I've been fighting against this every single year I've been down here at the Capitol. The genocide of human beings, we are a destination location. In fact, up until the day of birth, you can kill a human being in the womb. You can kill a human being in the womb up to the day of birth in Colorado. And most of your constituents don't know that. So this is a great learning opportunity with this amendment and with this bill, because the bill says on page 2, it says, imposing measures intended to prevent births within a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. And that's exactly what abortion does. That is exactly what it does. Those are unique human beings, and we have lost generations of human beings with unique talents, that are their own person. These beautiful babies that are lost, that there are families who are just so willing to adopt them. So willing. And these are Coloradans that we're killing here today. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this, because we need to bring this truth to the light. My colleague who was just up there said we need to bring the truth to light. And this is the truth. And the pain that they feel when they pull off their arms and legs. We can't allow this to continue happening. We need to protect all lives. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this. Let's stop the genocide we're doing here in Colorado.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to add to that according to 2009 data presented by New York City's Department of Health, 57% of black pregnancies in the city end in abortion. Dr. Alveda King, whose uncle is the late Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., defines the murder of black babies in the womb as genocide. A civil rights champion in her own right, King received the Life Prize Award and the Civil Rights Award from the Congress of Racial Equality, and currently serves as the pastoral associate with Priests for Life. And I request an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for sharing some of your powerful personal experiences. When I was 17 years old, I first stepped on the grounds of Auschwitz. I had always thought to myself, I know what this place is, but until I stepped on the grounds and walked into a concentration camp and walked into a barracks and saw the beds lining up 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 stacked high, I had not known the real feeling of being in Auschwitz. Now, we can't take our children to Auschwitz.
Excuse me, Representative Michael Ciccone, I apologize for interrupting. Can we have quiet in the chamber, please? Please continue.
We can't take our children to Auschwitz, but we can tell them what happened there. Abe Foxman, the former president of the Anti-Defamation League, used to say, Auschwitz was built with words, not bricks. It's these words that are so important for us to teach our children, to recognize whether they are used towards a Jewish person, whether they're used towards a member of Congress who happens to be standing in our halls, whether they're used in any way to take another group of people down. We must teach our children to recognize what the end result could be. We are only standing here today presenting this bill because a number of organizations came together to make sure it happened, and I would like to thank them. They include the Anti-Defamation League Mountain States Region, the Armenian National Committee Western Region, Armenians of Colorado, BMH-BJ Synagogue, B'nai B'rith of Colorado, Cleo Parker Robinson Dance Company, Coalition Against Global Genocide, Colorado Council of Churches, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Colorado Holiday Commission, Her Many Voices Foundation, Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, Jewish Family Service of Colorado, Jewish Colorado, Kavod Senior Life, Estelle Meskin, Meisel Museum, Multicultural Mosaic Foundation, National Council of Jewish Women Colorado Section, Nuba Water Project, Project Education South Sudan, Seeds of South Sudan, Spring Institute for Intercultural Learning, Stand Upsters, and Temple Emmanuel, and others. That is a diverse community who will come together and, in the words of Representative Wilson, will make sure that it is taught in a way that works for our schools so that we can be proficient in history. When I returned from Auschwitz, my job was to share my experience. I stood up in front of a group of 5th through 12th graders in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I lived, in my own school, and I shared the whole experience that I had. And at the end, a young woman raised her hand and said, "But Daphna, I thought that all the Jews were dead. I thought we killed all the Jews." And I said to her, I stand before you, a Jewish woman whose own grandfather liberated Dachau. My husband's grandfather was murdered at Dachau. He was not a Jew. The Holocaust touched all of us. And the other genocides that are occurring in our society touch all of us. Let us teach our children so that one day we may have no more genocide, and we may have no more hatred, and we may all live in respectful community. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1336? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1336. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 1336 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representatives Roberts and Catlin, also Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1403 and the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Committee report.
To the Rural Affairs and Agriculture report. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Rural Affairs and Agriculture, we added an amendment that will restore the funding for Water Education Colorado after it is removed for 1 year. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those bills that the state of Colorado needs to move forward because the future of Colorado is written in water. I know that we think the future is standing outside and around the Capitol and all those type of things, but none of that would be possible without water. In the state of Colorado, we share that resource on both sides of the mountain. This piece of legislation will simply fund the projects that are currently in process. We keep our commitments, they keep their commitments. It's not new money, it's not something that's going to hurt the budget, but this is something that the state of Colorado has given its word, so to speak, that we're going to fund some of these projects. We need to pass this forward. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Catlin. Honored to be doing this bill with you. It's a bill we have to do every year, no matter what, and we're proving that today in a bipartisan way. You can look through this bill and find projects all across the state. Our water projects and protecting our water infrastructure and improving it is crucial to the future of this state and everybody that lives here. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1403? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1403. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The bill is passed.
Representative.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1403. Oh, 1143. My apologies.
House Bill 1143 by Representatives Jackson and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Winter, concerning additional public health protections regarding alleged environmental violations in connection therewith raising the maximum fines for air quality and water quality violations and allocating the funds to environmental mitigation projects.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1143 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we took out some programming pieces related to the air and water quality violations, and we defined criminal pollution and added penalties. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L009 to the Appropriations Committee report.
Members, can we keep it quiet here in the chamber? The amendment is displayed.
Okay. Representative
Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment is a technical amendment just to make sure that we're aligned with statute. With regards to the amended Appropriations Committee report, I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L009 is adopted. To the Appropriations Report. Oh, Representative Jackson.
No, we got to pass the Appropriations report. The Appropriations report, you need to pass it?
Yeah. The question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the Finance Report. All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1143 increases fines on air and water quality violations, just making it to the federal limit. It also aligns criminal penalties for water pollution crimes with federal law. So it's really important to note that there have been several highly impactful and detrimental air pollution events, often happening in communities of color and low-income rural and urban communities. These communities do bear the brunt of environmental pollution, creating environmental injustices throughout our entire state. This bill also has a very clear COVID nexus, as numerous sources say that there is a clear link between an increased risk for severe respiratory illness if a person contracts coronavirus and their exposure to air pollution. We also know from state data that communities of color, low-income communities, are experiencing greater mortality rates because of this pandemic. And in addition, a safe water supply is kind of imperative. I don't know, we're asking people to wash their hands on a consistent basis. That would be an issue as well. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, right now, water pollution crimes are classified as either misdemeanors or undefined criminal pollution. This bill would increase a misdemeanor punishable by a fine up to $25,000 and up to 1 year in prison for negligent or reckless dumping. This bill would also be punishable by a fine up to $50,000 and up to 3 years in prison for knowingly or intentionally dumping. House Bill 1143 also increases the criminal penalties for making a material false statement, representation, or certification of an application, record, or tampers with equipment to a felony. By aligning these penalties, the bill enhances the deterrent effect for potential polluters, provides equity in enforcement, and allows Colorado to better protect its most precious natural resources. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on 1143? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1143. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1143 is passed. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1265 until the end of the special orders calendar.
Without objection, House Bill 1265 will be moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1376, two bills.
Without objection, 1376 will be laid over two bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1402.
There you go.
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Weissman and Van Winkle, also Senators Gardner and Lee, concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative laws to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1402. There are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this is the annual reviser's bill that comes to you from the Committee on Legal Services, of which both Reps Van Winkle and I are members. You'll also note other sponsors are the bipartisan other members of the Committee on Legal Services. This is an annual product of our nonpartisan staff to clean up basically drafting issues and cross-references in our law, just to make it comprehensible for everybody who relies on it. No substantive changes happen in the reviser's bill, and we ask for your support.
Representative or Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my sincere thanks to my fellow co-prime sponsor on this bill and everyone on the Committee on Legal Services for keeping this bill clean and nonpartisan and non-controversial. Thanks especially to Nate Carr and Jennifer Gilroy and the entire Office of Legislative Legal Services, and really all of our knowledgeable and discerning legislative editors that keep our statutes crisp and clean. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, body.
Any further discussion of House Bill 1402? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1402. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 1402 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1404.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith delaying consideration of the recommendations of the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies until the 2021 regular session.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1404, and also on this one, there are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Okay, members, 1404 briefly is the sunset bill for what is called the Sex Offender Management Board, which is in the Department of Public Safety, was one of the agencies that was going to always be up for sunset before things got crazy earlier this year. Briefly, what SOMB does is promulgate regulations concerning the ways in which our criminal justice system deals with people who have been sentenced to certain sex offenses. It is a controversial subject in the Judiciary Committee. In a year not marked by a pandemic, we probably would have had a 3 or 6 hour hearing on it. That is not appropriate to do this year, so stakeholders reached a compromise, and that's what's in this bill, to simply continue the SOMB for 1 year with 0 changes, such that it will keep doing what it does. We will all come back and have a fuller discussion about it next year. We ask for your support.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Representative Weissman for doing so much work on this and getting the stakeholders to come together. You know, this is really a good solution to what was starting to look like a very complex problem, which was the long conversation. And whenever you have a very passionate subject where you're going to have people from both sides coming together and exploding the issue and having a very long committee hearing, it really does make sense in the middle of a pandemic to not necessarily take up that issue, but to move it until next year when we're out of the pandemic and allow people to actually come together and to have that substantive talk that we would not be able to have this year. So thank you so much for your good work, and thank you to the stakeholders that agreed to this.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1404? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption or the passage of House Bill 1404. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
All done.
1404 is passed. Mr. Gregorio. Please read the title of House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Eskar and McCluskey, also Senators Zenziger and Rankin, concerning the modification of transportation funding mechanisms and in connection therewith delaying from the November 2020 general election until the November 2021 statewide election the requirement that a ballot issue seeking approval for the issuance of transportation revenue anticipation notes be submitted to the voters of the state, amending the ballot issue to reduce the amount of notes authorized to be issued, eliminating specified scheduled general fund transfers to the state highway fund, reducing the amount of general fund money dedicated to make lease purchase agreement payments due to during state fiscal years 2020 to 2021 and 2021-22, and repealing Department of Transportation rulemaking and reporting requirements related to motor vehicles used for certain types of commercial purposes.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that may be one of the longest titles of this session, but I could be wrong. I move House Bill 1376.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a joint budget committee bill. This is actually an orbital bill that goes along with the budget. We were asked by our colleagues to make sure that this bill went through the thorough process, not just go to appropriations and to the floor. We went to transportation as asked. We went through finance as asked. We went through appropriations as asked, and here we are. This is a bill that we are absolutely using to help us balance the budget this year. What essentially this bill does is the $50 million that normally comes out of the general fund to cover the COP debt payments. CDOT has come to the table and said for the next 2 years we will cover that $50 million cost, putting $100 million over 2 years back into the general fund, which we needed in order to fill the $3.3 billion hole we all discussed for many hours the other day. This $50 million actually comes straight out of the CDOT asset management, and those dollars maintaining what CDOT already has. What this bill also does is delay the transbond referral to the ballot. Under current law, a ballot measure is referred to the voters in the 2020 general election to authorize the issuance of up to $1.3 billion in transbonds. This bill repeals statute referring the ballot measure for 1 year, and the total amount is $1.3 billion. The ballot measure doesn't add any new available funding over the existing COPs, rather it replaces them. Under Senate Bill 267, there's a requirement for regional spending. There is no requirement in Senate Bill 1 transbonds. If you remember, the regional spending has been used on things such as the GAP, which I know many of us in this room spend a lot of time on.
Representative Eskar, can I have you move the appropriations report?
I'm sorry, I do move the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
We appropriated the funds.
Any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I know that this bill has been thoroughly vetted through the House committees. In fact, it passed unanimously out of the Transportation Committee. I would appreciate your support and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have a good hearing on this bill in the Transportation Committee, and I really hate having to pass this bill because we've had a lot of great bipartisan work. trying to find transportation funding, and we've had some real setbacks in that area as we have in a lot of other areas right now, but I'm committed to working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as we were before, to eventually getting out of our transportation hole that we've been needing to fill. With that, I move Amendment L002. It's a multi-page amendment that's been on your desks. It's a amendment to sort of streamline some of the things that were discussed before about the purpose of the bill, and to try to get to a place where we're actually having a more constructive conversation about how we're going to actually deliver transportation funding, which I'd like to do. So I move L002 and ask for an aye vote.
L002 has been moved and is properly displayed. Is there any discussion on L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L002 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion?
JBC bill to help us balance the budget. Vote yes.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 1376 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 68.
Senate Bill 68 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Mullica, concerning an authorization of state credit unions opening branches in other states.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 68.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 68 is a bill that will allow credit unions, specifically those credit unions probably closer to the border, to operate in another state based off of the license that they have here in Colorado and still be regulated by Colorado, but allow these border towns to be able to, down in New Mexico and Utah, to be able to offer the services across the border as well. And so I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion of Senate Bill 68? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to say this about this bill. I think it's a good bill. I fully support it. Thank you, Representative Mullica, for bringing it, and I encourage everyone else to vote for it too.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 68? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 68. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 68 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 139.
Senate Bill 139 by Senator Foote, also Representative Gray, concerning authorization for a county to lend money to a government entity created by or located within the county for the purpose of providing funding for public infrastructure projects within the county.
Representative Gray.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 139.
To the bill.
The moment you've been waiting for all day, members. Senate Bill 139 allows counties to loan out money to other smaller local governments within their authority if they have money on hand for infrastructure projects. So if you have a special improvement district or a metropolitan district or a smaller piece of government that needs money, and you have the county has money on hand that they'd like to allow them to use specifically for public infrastructure, it would allow them to do that. And I think it's a good bill. It probably won't be used that much because there's not that many counties that have extra money on hand right now, but it'd be a good bill to move forward on, and I would ask you for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 139? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 139. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 139 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 166.
Senate Bill 166 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Escar, concerning simplifying the requirements for a minor to obtain a new birth certificate from the state registrar.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 166.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, last year we passed House Bill 1039, Jude's Law, to make it easier for transgender and non-binary people to change their gender designation on their identity documents. Senate Bill 166 is just a technical cleanup. Let me repeat that. A technical cleanup to fix an issue brought to my attention by the Department of Public Health and Environment. What Senate Bill 166 does is just make clear that minors under the age of 18 do not need to undergo surgery in order to get new identity documents which was the intent of the bill last year. The clarification applies to birth certificates and identification documents issued by the Department of Revenue. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 166. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 166. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. 166 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175 by Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, also Representatives Titone and McLaughlin, concerning the prohibition of indicating an assessment score on a student's high school transcript.
Committee will stand in a short recess.
Up here.
Oh, there you are. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 175.
To the bill.
All right. This bill was an idea that was brought to me by a constituent. They had a daughter in school, and she was going to do really, really well on all of her classes, but she wasn't very good at taking these standardized tests. The requirement right now for testing in Colorado is that if it's used for the evaluation of the student to graduate, it has to be printed on the transcript. The constituent felt that this was burdensome to her daughter because that score wasn't very good, and she wanted to get into the best school that she could, and some of the schools, and a lot more schools are doing this every year, they are not requiring standardized tests as a part of the requirement to get into school. So if you're showing a score involuntarily that you may not be proud of, you may not get the scholarship that you want. It may impede you from getting into that school. So the idea here is to make the score for the standardized test to be optional, to opt in, to have it on your transcript. So that way, if it's being sent to a school that doesn't require this, it's not going to have to be on the transcript. So this will give students who are really, really good, who may not test very well, the opportunity to just excel on their merits and not have to show that score and get into the school and exceed the way they want. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with everything Representative, I'm too short here, with everything Representative Titone said, but it does give the student the option. So this is an optional way to get your transcript, include the test score or not. And but it is left up to the students, and some people want it, some people don't. This year doesn't really matter. Nobody really got to take the test anyway, but it's a really good bill for students to get into college. So thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Titone. Was this a temporary thing because of the COVID-19, or was this going to be a permanent? Help me.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, this is a permanent fix. It just so happens that it's going to help a lot of students right now that are not having those scores anyway, and that schools are really going away. It's just going to be a good thing moving forward as more and more schools move away from those tests. We don't want to make that score appear on a test, on a transcript that they don't have to show the school. So it's just really a courtesy to the student that wants to go to the school of their choice and not have to show that score if they choose not to.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to commend the bill sponsors. I think this is a good bill. It makes a lot of sense, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote for it as well. Thank you.
Further discussion of Senate Bill 175. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 175 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 129.
Senate Bill 129 by Senators Holbert and Janal, also Representatives Froelich and Ransom, concerning the protection of individuals subject to a fiduciary.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know my co-prime is upstairs at the microphone as well. I move Senate Bill 129.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came about because of some issues with the fiduciary guardianship proceedings that were happening in court. What we had heard is that there was actually emergency hearings sometimes being held without a potential ward even being present in the courtroom and not receiving notice that a hearing was going to be held. I brought one copy with me. This is a newspaper that was printed back in January that I know they handed out in the Senate when the bill was heard there. And it describes one of the issues that happened at that time. I have several copies of this, so if anybody would like to see it, I'm happy to give you a copy of the newspaper, but due to the current restrictions on handing paper out that we're trying to stay paperless, we did not distribute them within the chambers. With that, what the bill does is add some definitions and clarifications and restrictions on the process to make sure that people that are being assigned a guardianship or conservatorship, that they are notified in advance and that they have the ability to be present and that they can have representation if they so choose. The bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It was unanimously out of our Judiciary Committee here in the House. There are no committee reports, so the bill has no opposition. The Bar Association is also in support. So with that, I urge and I vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you to my co-prime. And yes, this just puts a layer of protection for our vulnerable folks into the process with no fiscal note and no votes prior to today. So let's look forward to a bright future for this bill. Please vote yes.
Further discussion of Senate Bill 129? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 129. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 129 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 85.
Senate Bill 85 by Senators Zenzinger and Gardner, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Soper, concerning a requirement that a sex offender being placed in a community corrections program meets certain requirements for a sex offender being released on parole.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 85 and the committee report.
To the Judiciary report. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we added Amendment L003, and it was just a clarification by what the meaning of, it was a clarification. It struck the words by the Sex Offender Management Board, so it was just a cleanup amendment.
Further discussion of the Judiciary report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a bill that came through the Senate almost unanimously, or unanimously, and has had success so far throughout the House. The Colorado Sex Offender Lifetime Supervision Act allows individuals convicted of high-level sex offenses to remain incarcerated and are supervised by the state until it is determined that they successfully progressed in treatment and would not pose an undue threat to the community. Rather than serving a fixed range of time on probation or in prison, people sentenced under the LSA have the opportunity to earn their way out of prison and off supervision by actively pursuing mental health treatment and behavior change. There's a list of sex offenses that are the determinate and indeterminate. To be clear, we are discussing the offenses within this bill that are on the indeterminate list, such as felony sex assault, aggravated incest, and sexual assault on a child. Defendants charged with an indeterminate sex offense can be convicted through a guilty plea or trial verdict of either an indeterminate or determinate felony sex crime. Despite the misleading title of the lifetime supervision, which you'll see in the bill, people who receive an indeterminate prison sentence can earn their way out of both incarceration and supervision by actively participating in the rehabilitation services provided to them. And they can come and grant through the parole board or community corrections. And this is where the problem is that we're addressing with this bill. The eligibility criteria for parole and community corrections are not the same. Unlike parole, there's no statutory requirement for high-level sex offenders to even participate in treatment before being transferred to community corrections. We find this to be very problematic. Allowing high-level sex offenders to return to the community without treatment is dangerous and unacceptable. This bill solves that problem. We would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 085? Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say a special thank you to my co-prime sponsor, Representative Soper. I was pretty certain that he was going to be doing this all by himself with me on the screen, not able to talk. So thank you for being prepared to present today. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 85? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 85. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 85 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 88.
Senate Bill 88 by Senator Fields, also Representatives Roberts and Soper, concerning evidentiary rules when a defendant interferes with a witness.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 88 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we adopted a strike below amendment that was the result of negotiations with the prosecutors and the defense bar and the public defender. Everybody was able to get to a good place and is neutral or supportive of the bill with this amendment, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Judiciary report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary.
Oh, do we have to do that? Oh, it's the Judiciary, sorry.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, and it is to the Judiciary Committee report. So I move Amendment L005.
L005 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment adds a safety clause to this bill. Given the uncertainty with the dates of the petition clause, we thought that this important matter of criminal justice and making sure that proper evidence gets into the courtroom needs to happen as quickly as possible. So my co-sponsor and I have agreed to add a safety clause to make sure that that happens. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion of Amendment L005? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to reiterate that I'm in full support given the pandemic and the problems that we're trying to address here.
Any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L005 is adopted. To the report.
Ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a bill that probably makes all law students pull out their hair because it does feel like a bar exam question. But if a party to a criminal case, a wrongdoing, makes a witness unavailable, meaning they've killed the witness or they've kidnapped the witness or done something else to make the witness unavailable, the evidence that the witness had that they would have offered would be unadmissible under current hearsay evidence rules. This bill actually allows, under certain safeguards, the ability to bring that testimony back if it was the party who did the wrongdoing who made the witness unavailable in the first place. And I'll let Representative Roberts explain more of the minutia.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my co-prime sponsor on this bill. We all believe in having the right to a fair trial. What this amendment or what this bill will do as amended will allow the best evidence to come into the courtroom so that the jury can make the best decision and make sure that any actions outside of the courtroom cannot prevent evidence from coming in. So it's a good bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 88? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 88. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 88 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 21.
Senate Bill 21 by Senator Tate, also Representative Snyder and Benavides, concerning certain requirements that must be included in a tax expenditure bill.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 21.
To the bill.
Thank you. Well, this is a bill that came out of our interim tax expenditure committee. It basically sets up a very structured and consistent way that we can analyze any future tax expenditures. And I think it will be very valuable going forward. We have over 230 tax expenditures on the books right now. We heard from the state auditor that many of those they can't even establish. They have to infer what the purpose is. So I think this is a bill will go a long way in making sure we have a uniform approach to tax expenditures in the future, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Benavides.
I agree with my co-sponsor on this. This is based on a Washington state law, and it sets parameters around future tax expenditure bills, which are bills for tax credits or tax deductions. And it really lets us know what they're for and helps us to evaluate them, and includes the sunset date, which is already there but wasn't in a lot of the ones we looked at. So this is a good bill. It passed out of our committee, I think unanimously, out of our summer committee to do this. And it is a bipartisan bill, so I would urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 21. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 21. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 21 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 23.
Senate Bill 23 by Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Van Winkle, concerning creating a multi-agency working group to address school safety and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 23 until the end of the special orders calendar.
With unanimous consent, that bill will be moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 42.
Senate Bill 42 by Senators Rodriguez and Fields, also Representative Singer, concerning the reauthorization of the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the criminal and juvenile justice systems and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 42 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Judiciary Committee, this bill passed out of the Judiciary Committee unanimously. I just wanted to answer a couple questions that came up during the Judiciary Committee. There were some conversations about the membership of the task force and what that looked like. To Representative Carver's question, we did actually have a conversation with the DAs in the stakeholder meetings at the time that those amendments were drafted. And so I wanted to make sure that that was put on the record. Secondarily, there is an amendment that we have to the Judiciary Committee report that I brought up in Judiciary Committee. That is Amendment L005, and I move Amendment L005.
The amendment has been moved. We'll wait just a second while we get it displayed. L005 is displayed. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L005 basically adds one more member to this task force that serves without compensation. This would be a member who represents an organization, a nonprofit organization that works on promoting behavioral, mental health, and physical health needs as well. The head is attached to the body, and so we thought this was a good way of splitting the difference on this one and making sure that we get a wide swath of participation on this. And I ask for your aye vote on Amendment L005.
Further discussion on Amendment L005. Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the report.
Thank you. With that, I ask for an aye vote on the committee report as amended.
Further discussion on the Judiciary report? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill reauthorizes an organization that's been working for 20 years to come up with answers to our criminal and juvenile justice system when it relates to mental health. We know, unfortunately, that our jails and prisons are our most common behavioral health provider, and we have the experts who sit down and provide recommendations to the legislature every year in a bipartisan fashion. This would allow this committee to continue, even without compensation during this budget crunch, to come up with the best ideas to hopefully save the state money and save the lives of Coloradans across the state. With that, I ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion of Senate Bill 42? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 42. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 42 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 96.
Senate Bill 96 by Senator Rodriguez and Holbert, also Representatives Durain and Carver, concerning an authorization for notaries public to perform notarial acts using audio-video communication.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
I'd like to move Senate Bill 96 into the committee reports.
That's a proper motion to the appropriations report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the appropriations report. They gave us funding. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. I move L014 and ask that it be displayed.
L014 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment caught by our drafter to ensure that the section numbers are correct, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L014. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment L014. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L014 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we had various technical amendments. We added a ledge deck on the importance of data privacy in our authorization of remote notarization. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report as amended.
Further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the recent COVID pandemic underscored the need for consumers to have a remote notary option. In fact, Governor Polis issued an executive order on March 27, 2020, ordering the temporary suspension of the personal appearance requirement before notarial officers to perform notarizations and authorizing the Secretary of State to promulgate and issue temporary emergency rules to permit notarial officers to perform remote notarizations. This option has been very successful and popular with the consumers living and working under the stay-at-home and safer-at-home orders. The passage of this bill, along with the amendments being proposed to the bill sponsors, will ensure a remote notary option will be codified by statute by December 31st, 2020. So I'd just like you to know that Senate Bill 96 reflects important changes to our notary law and gives choices to consumers who can't and don't want to appear in person to notarize documents. It also provides consumer protection in that process, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 96. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a long process with a lot of stakeholder work. It is extremely important that we authorize remote notarization in Colorado law for two reasons. First, our Colorado notaries need to have this alternative, as do our residents who, whether they're doing business transactions or personal documents, that they have this alternative, that it is their choice to use, they're not forced to use it. But it allows them a method of notarization if, in particular, it is not convenient or they do not feel comfortable gathering with others to notarize documents in a closing of a real estate deal or some other transaction. And the other aspect is, members, this remote notarization authorization has the most robust data privacy provisions of any state law on remote notarization. Very important that we protect data privacy, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sponsors, I just wanted to ask, because I know that we had the bill last year, how does this bill differ from last year's bill?
Representative Carver.
and in particular on the data privacy pieces.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We retain the core components are exactly the same. So just like last year's bill, we limit the videotaping to just the Notarial Act. We had been very concerned as we looked at remote notarization and how it was being done in other states that the entire closing of a house, a real estate transaction, was being videotaped. And of course, from that videotape, you then had the potential for data mining of an enormous amount of very personal data. And so what is similar to last year's bill is that we limit the videotaping to the Notarial Act. And then we also include prohibitions on the transfer or use of data for unrelated purposes. And we worked extensively with stakeholders because they have other state and federal laws that they must comply with, particularly financial institutions who, if these are financial documents, they have certain reporting requirements. And so this involved quite a bit of discussion with stakeholders to ensure that they could still comply with all the other applicable laws. We do recognize that, and we stated this in the Finance Committee, that this is an iterative process, particularly when we're talking about technology. And so this lays a foundation, and as the technology evolves, we may see other areas where we need to address as far as data privacy. But after we believe we're in a good place, and we certainly know that there are aspects that, over time, as with all laws, that we may need to address as we see how the technology is being used.
Further discussion, Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representatives. And we've had these conversations before, so if this body was to pass a more robust and comprehensive privacy act that would cover not just transactions that a remote notary notarizes, do you foresee that act essentially trumping this more narrow act? I mean, for me, the concern I have is making sure that we're legislating privacy fairly across all industries and not, as I've said before, legislating privacy through the Remote Notary Act. So share your concerns, but just wondered what you foresee in terms of this body passing, and I know it's something you're fervently working on, a privacy act.
Representative Carver.
Well, it is certainly my hope that Colorado can look at a very comprehensive data privacy bill. A lot of us care about that a lot.
Yep.
But we thought remote notarization could not wait, that there is a need for it now. We had out-of-state companies that were doing remote notarization now with no data privacy guidelines, none. And in other states, again, where they were videotaping the entire transaction. So we felt that it was important for Colorado notaries to have this authorization, allowing them, because right now Colorado notaries cannot do remote notarization. We have to authorize it in state law. So for all of those reasons, we felt it important to go forward with this bill. And especially with COVID, so many now are wanting the alternative of doing remote notarization. The real estate market would have come to a standstill without the ability of remote notarization, and with those in our senior centers, personal documents that needed to be notarized. So it has been a real godsend. We wanted to, however, put it on a sound statutory foundation, which is what this bill does. It also looks at and foresees rulemaking by the Secretary of State to address with full APA public comment all of these issues. But again, the statutory rules really set the foundation. And so I don't think this is the last word on data privacy. I hope it's not the last word. And appreciate, Rep. Tipper, your comments and your interest in this issue. I know we share a commitment to ensuring strong data privacy protections in Colorado.
For the, Representative Duran.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your questions. I mean, in the future, yes, we're working on a statewide privacy protection bill, but and to echo Representative Carver's comments, this is extremely important now. It's a strong need, not just within the business community, but also within our constituents, right, when it comes to doing wills or power of attorneys and things like that. So I don't feel the other bill would trump this one. I think what's more important right now is that we have it and we're able to utilize it with the protections and giving the Secretary of State's office the ability to be able to lay out those rules. So thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 096? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 96. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 96 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 104.
Senate Bill 104 by Senator Cook, also Representative Roberts, concerning powers of a Bureau of Animal Protection agents and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 104 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we struck Section 3 of the bill, and this that amendment does several things. One, it removes the fiscal impact of the bill entirely. Second, it also removes any ability for these Bureau of Animal Protection agents to ever be involved with livestock, certainly not seize livestock and take livestock. So with that, this was, as anybody who was in Rural Affairs Committee knows, we've been brokering this with the agriculture community, and this is an amendment that gets the agriculture community as a whole to a neutral position on the bill, and it zeroes out the fiscal note. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate the words of our Rural Affairs and Ag Committee Chairman, Representative Roberts, that this compromise allows for the stakeholders in agriculture to become neutral. The parties and people that should be removing livestock, if there is a threat to the livestock, are post-certified peace officers that have that authority, working with law enforcement, and this particular change does just that. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And
and thanks to Representative Roberts and the bill sponsors for this, making these amendments, because in committee I was totally against this, and as I stated in committee, I've been in the field for over 40 plus years, never heard of a Bureau BAP agent, and I kind of had a big question of what they were, and giving them some authority, and I want to know what their certification was. Are they post-certified? Are they peace officers? What their abilities are? You know, can they go to a judge and get a court order? So I think you've addressed all that. So those concerns, especially in the livestock industry, I think those concerns have been addressed. So I appreciate your work upon that. So thank you.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to also lend my support and appreciation to Chairman Roberts. He listens, he's thoughtful, and I really, really appreciate that type of leadership. And I'm a big yes.
Sullivan is watching. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Also with you, sir.
Thank you. I come down in support of this bill. I can't do it. I hate that. I'm sorry. Please take that off the record.
Can't do that, but we'll do our best to love you anyway.
I come down here in support of this piece of legislation because of the representative that was carrying the bill offered us a promise that he would work on removing the parts of this bill that we were concerned about, those of us in livestock agriculture. And he came through with that. That's something that is, I want to recommend to all of you. This is something that we have to do. If we say we'll do it, let's do it. And I want to thank you, Representative Roberts. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thanks for all the kind words. I did not pay them to say that, but I appreciate it. It's an honor to serve with all of you. I'm glad we've gotten this bill to a good place. Members, this bill is a bill that will ease the pressure on our local law enforcement agencies by allowing Bureau of Animal Protection agents to carry out some of the duties that are being put on our local sheriff's offices. You'll see that Senator Cook is my Senate sponsor. He understands the burden that this can often place on sheriff's departments. So we're clarifying the role that some of these agents are able to assist our local law enforcement and share the burdens of these animal investigations. I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do just want to say thank you to Representative Roberts for amending the bill. I was a no in committee, and certainly will be a yes on account of him coming through and actually addressing the concerns we had there. So just wanted to say thank you as well.
And is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 104 as amended. Would all those in favor please say aye?
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 104 as amended passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 110.
Senate Bill 110 by Senators Williams and Holbert, also Representative Snyder, concerning fines levied by a licensing authority for violations of laws related to alcohol beverages and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 110 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. Yes, so we did take an amendment in Business Affairs and Labor, basically clarifying that this is proactive. It only affects actions moving forward from the date of the bill. As many other bills this year, we had to convert to a safety clause, and then just some other clarifications. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this really is a cleanup. Currently, we have a very antiquated fining system for folks that don't remit their sales tax. Caps out at $5,000. And for many of the large concerns, that's ridiculously low. I mean, they would rather pay $5,000 than the $17,000 or $20,000 that they might owe on their sales tax. So it really brings the range up to a much higher level, as high as $100,000. Now, in the Senate, they did take some amendments because there was a lot of concern that this could be a devastating amount of money to pay for a first violation. So first violations are now capped at $5,000, but subsequent violations can go all the way up to $100,000. So I think this is overdue. It's an area that it's not a revenue increasing mechanism, it's an enforcement of our sales tax collection in the liquor industry. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. Huge issues, actually, with this bill. There was just a slight increase in fees, and I think that when we have a bill that's discussing any type of penalties for a business during the worst economic time in our history, just something that's a little bit difficult to take at this time. I don't think it's the right timing for this. So I'm kind of leaning against it at this time. Thank you.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to point out that one of the few industries that not only hasn't been devastated in this time, but is actually up, is the packaged liquor industry. So last report I saw, they're up about 26% during the COVID-related stay-at-home orders and what have you. So in that sense, this is one of the few areas of our economy that could withstand an increase. And really, hopefully this won't be an increase. It will just encourage people to be correct and remit their sales tax.
Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy. I too rise in opposition to the bill. There are some good parts to the bill, and I commend the author of the legislation for the good parts of the bill. Like many bills before us, not everything is perfect, and so I did vote against it in committee. The good parts of the bill is I know a business owner would rather be fined and be able to pay a fine rather than lose their license indefinitely, perhaps. And so for someone that made a mistake, I certainly don't want to see their license completely revoked, and so I appreciate that aspect of the bill. However, just because our liquor stores and breweries and others have been able to still make a profit and still make a living during this COVID crisis, I don't think it's any reason to hike their fees, and that $100,000 fee just made me a little nervous, so I voted no because we don't need to be raising fees on our Colorado businesses.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very good vote. Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle. There is actually an option for folks if the fine amount proves to be, a real devastating amount to a business. There is a process that LED has had for several years, the 20% rule, for lack of a better term, so they can actually close down for a period of time. There are other ways that they can satisfy a penalty assessed to them other than just paying the cash. And $100,000 I know is a big number. Even the fiscal analyst notes that it's expected to be very rare, if ever, that amount of money will be assessed to anybody. But thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 110? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 110. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 110 is adopted.
Thank you.
The 120? Okay. I was just looking up there. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 120.
Senate Bill 120 by Senator Danielson, also Representative Sullivan, concerning requirements for registered apprentices.
Thank you very much. Representative Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriation Committee report for House Bill 120.
And the bill?
And the bill, House Bill 120.
To the committee report, please.
Yes, in the Appropriation Committee report, initially there was a fiscal impact of $20,000. In light of the cuts that are being made, the amendment allows for the department to delay or defer the implementation of the legislation. It also allows DORA to accept grants, gifts, and donations to fund the program, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Sullivan.
To the bill. In 2017, a study of the economic impact of the construction industry of the state of Colorado found that we are going to need skilled workers in building trades, and nearly half will be plumbers and electricians. State law requires that contractors or apprenticeship programs register with DORA to protect workers, ensure public safety. It plays a critical role in enforcing that all apprenticeships are supervised in no greater than 1-to-3 ratio by journeymen to skilled workers. The average length of apprenticeship plumbers to be registered in Colorado is 12 plus years, while programs are designed to be completed in 4 to 5 years. Same is true for electricians, where training again should be complete in 5 years, and over 30% of the registered apprenticeships have been on the books for over 9 years. These numbers are unacceptable, and these workers have become to be known as legacy apprenticeships. We will strive for the legislation to nudge these workers towards their professional licenses in several ways. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Solon, do you have an amendment to offer?
I do have an amendment.
Okay.
I offer amendment L017 and ask for it to be displayed.
L017 is properly displayed. Would you like to describe the amendment, Representative Sullivan?
Sure. This is the petition vote to move it to the petition clause to move it to the safety clause.
The question before us is the adoption of L017. Is there discussion on L017? Representative Gray?
Sorry, I just have a question for the sponsor. You mean switching to the petition clause from the safety clause?
Right.
Because that is a petition clause as I read it. So we're switching to the petition clause. It was just my question because I think you may have said the opposite.
Would you like to clarify, Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Sure.
So we are moving it from the safety to the petition.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before this is the adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L017 is adopted. Is there further discussion on the bill, Representative Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know the bill sponsor in the introductory statement said the current state of things where people can do their job without being forced to take this test to move them up into an apprenticeship is unacceptable, but I'm not clear as to why. If someone chooses to do a job and they want to keep doing that job, I'm not sure what is unacceptable about that situation.
Representative Sullivan.
Also, as I stated, the average time in the state of Colorado for an apprenticeship plumber is 12 plus years, whereas normally the test takes 4 to 5 years. So what we're trying to do is nudge them ahead so that they can become apprenticeships, to move from an apprenticeship to a journeyman sooner. Right now, we have apprenticeships on the board for 30 to 40 years. And the testing should take 4 to 5 years in both of those.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do agree with, I think, the point that was trying to be made by our Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Van Winkle. So, I mean, there are apprentices who don't necessarily want to make that jump. They don't want to take the testing. They want to do it at their own time or their own pace. And there are those that are part-time apprentices. And I think putting some sort of testing time frame requirement on them not only could very well affect their own personal decision, but also could create an issue where these apprentices are taking a test, but they're not necessarily qualified, even if they may actually pass a test. There has been some talk amongst industry leaders where, there's multiple things to consider with respect to who's qualified, who can really properly move up to be a journeyman, and that also includes time and experience. And if we're saying that if you're after about 6 years, I believe it is, that you need to go ahead and take this test no matter what, then I think that's just something that a requirement that might be too burdensome depending upon the individual situation for that apprentice. So with that, members, I move L019 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. L0, sorry, L019, just looked in the wrong place, is properly displayed. Please explain the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this eliminates and removes the testing timeframe requirement for electricians and plumber apprentices. Let them be able to do it at their own pace, at their own time frame, given the various reasons that I've already expressed here. And so I just simply ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L019? Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is not my bill. I have not read it completely thoroughly yet. That's why I'm paying attention to the debate. My question is, does this pretty much gut the intent of the bill?
Representative Mr. Assistant Minority Leader
Thank you, Mr.
Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment does, by my reading of it, is it simply takes out the timeline that we as the state legislature are saying is the exact right thing. I don't know why it wasn't 5 years were picked, or 6 years, or 7, or 10, or 4, or 1, or this is the 6 years is kind of random. So this takes us out. And so if there's a college student or a high school student that is an apprentice and they are working summers, for example, they're not going to be ready to take this test, and they may not want to take this test. A lot of folks don't want to take the test, and I don't see why we as a state government saying that you must absolutely go do this and you must advance to a position that you do not want to advance in. And so I urge a yes vote on this. Let's clean up this language. Let's get rid of the timeline that is just arbitrary.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess maybe this is a question for the bill's sponsor. I'm not assuming you pulled 6 years out of your hat. I'm thinking this was conversations you may have had with different industry leaders, industry standards. If you can help me understand where your 6 years came from.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct. I mean, and in the discussions that we have and within the bill, there are all kinds of stop gaps for this that allows people to move along at their own progression. There's things that are set up with people who have learning disabilities, people who have disabilities with languages, that allows that to go on to give them the added time that they all need. This is the first I've seen of this. We've been on recess for 12 weeks here. This is an unfriendly amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I didn't need to say that either. I would ask for a no vote. I guarantee and listen to a sponsor on their bills when they've had the stakeholder discussions with industry leaders. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know. I'd classify this as a friendly amendment. We are looking at rushing somebody that may not be ready into taking a test that associated with a job that is extremely important. If somebody is not ready, or if somebody has not taken the test and they're getting up to this deadline and they're in the middle of doing other activities, maybe they're in the middle of dealing with family issues, or they have a sick relative that they're dealing with, and have taken a break from their work duties, now they're in the position where they have to rush and take this test. That's concerning to me when we have the government come in and try to tell people, professions, what to do on this. I understand the purpose of actually the bill, to kind of nudge people, but I don't think this is the right way to do it, and that's why I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve in this august body with you.
I heard you. And also with you, Representative McKean,
Slightly
and
higher
to sit
honor
next to
serve
you.
with all of you that I can see in front of me, but that's okay too. So I just did something over here. We have a network cable that goes from from a plug-in over to one of our desks, and I applied some foot pressure to the tape by that cable, and I reattached it to the floor. I may have just done the work of an electrician, and I may not really right now be ready to be a journeyman because I just did apprenticeship work. Honestly, this is exactly how easy this is. I have worked for years. Senator Hansen's no longer with us in this room, but he used to talk about all the jobs I've had, and one of those jobs was fueling corporate aircraft. And one of my best workers was an electrician who, during his days, went out and worked with an electric company and enjoyed very much the freedom of the schedule he had, and at his nights came to work at the airport at Love Field in Dallas, Texas with me. He literally did not want to move up that ladder because he had exactly the lifestyle that he had chosen. He had a source of income that he liked. He would have had to take on different responsibilities as a journeyman than he had as an apprentice, and he did not wish to move up that ladder. Where in our Constitution is it the state's responsibility to get involved in this process? Why on earth would we want to push this process to require that people take a test that may or may not be ready for or wish to have? Where does the state need to step into this process and say, this is how you shall conduct yourself? This amendment by itself is good because what it does is it really opens up that timeline that says, you know what, you don't have to be forced to do something you don't want to on a timeline that's set by someone else. I urge support of this amendment.
Is there further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Back, Assistant Minority Leader Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Yes. All right. With that, Madam Chair, I move L018 and ask for it to be displayed. Thank you.
L018 is properly displayed. Would you like to oh, there it is. Talk about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this does is it simply takes one shall in the bill and changes it to a may. And what that sentence would read now is, an apprentice who has been registered for at least 6 years who does not meet journeyman electrician license requirements specified in 12-15-10 may take the license examination at least once every 3 years. The bill as written now says they must take an exam that they don't necessarily want to take every 3 years over and over again. It is our job as a legislature to provide equal opportunity for all. It is our job to ensure the pursuit of happiness by all. It is not our job to decide what happiness is and force that upon people. And so I ask for a yes with this, a simple change from shall to may.
Is there further discussion on L018? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I stand in support of this amendment because it changes the bill to really what it should be. You know, the big hand of government shouldn't be stepping in and telling somebody really how to live their life. What is next? Do we come in and say that the government says you must graduate from high school? Does the government say if you graduate from high school, you got to go to college? Does the government say that if you graduate from law school, you must go pass your bar exam? This is where we live in a free country. It's freedom here. And if somebody doesn't want to go up to the next stage in that ladder, the government shouldn't go up there and push them. So that's why I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Do I hear further discussion on 018? Seeing none, the question before us is that, oh, sorry, Representative Sullivan. Thank you. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, unfriendly amendment, did not stakehold this, did not talk with us during all of our time that we were out, all of our time when we were in committee. I would ask for a no.
Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Representative Kevin Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it was referenced, especially when the question was asked, was 6 years determined, not 5 years, 3 years, 10 years? And of course, the answer was, well, that was a good date that was determined by the stakeholding process. However, I will point out to the body that the stakeholder process is very incomplete because there still are many stakeholders that are upset with this bill and do not want to see it become law. So I urge a yes vote on this bill. Let's bring everyone together.
On the amendment. Any further discussion on Amendment L018? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, we are back to the bill. Representative Sullivan, would you like to make final comments? No. Okay. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Without those amendments, we're back to where we were, which is why would we institute a process that forces people to go through an exam that they simply may not wish to take? Is it available to them if they want to? Of course it is. Should they, however, be forced up or out? How many times do we know of a process that forces people to move forward in an organization, up or out, when maybe their skill set is the perfect skill set for exactly where they are? When we talk about individual responsibility, when we talk about the individual application and contribution that we can all make, why don't we honor that? Why don't we honor exactly where people want to be? If they want to move up from apprentice to journeyman, then they have all of the processes that they know that they need to take to get to that point. If they don't, why don't we honor their decision? I urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 120? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 120. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 120 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, could you read the title of Senate Bill 56, please?
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Crowder, also Representatives Will and McLaughlin, concerning surplus military vehicles and in connection therewith exempting a surplus military vehicle from the statutory definition of an off-highway vehicle if the vehicle is owned or leased by a municipality, county, or fire protection district for the purpose of assisting firefighting efforts.
Thank you. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to move Senate Bill 56 on second reading. Also want to move the Transportation and Local Government Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
So the basically on the Appropriation Committee report, it was there's a $3,375 appropriation needed for this bill. And this appropriation is going to come from the Colorado Drives Fund, and it's to implement this act. The division may use this appropriation for the drives maintenance and support. So it was a very small fiscal note of $3,300 and change, and so that's why we did that through the Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Representative Will. Representative McLaughlin, I see you up there. Do you have a? Not yet. Okay. So the question before, is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Transportation Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Transportation Committee report, we just put a safety clause on this.
So further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. And to the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this bill came out of the Wildfire Matters Review Committee last summer, and the bill simply states that surplus military vehicles is not a off-highway vehicle, and most of them are owned by cities and municipalities, counties for fire protection districts for firefighting efforts. And Colorado has a vast landscape from our rural areas. Many local governments, the rural areas rely heavily on mutual aid to assist in wildfire fighting efforts. Access to these areas, a lot of these fires are in really rough country. These former military vehicles stand up, the differentials and the axles and stuff on them. They can take those rough roads with heavy loads, carrying 8,000 gallons of water, et cetera, where some of our common vehicles, the frames will break. 2 or 3 trips like that, and You know, modern Kenworth will have a cracked frame or something, and these vehicles are really, really built for that. So, you know, I think we're acutely aware how quickly we need to get on wildfires here in Colorado to protect our communities. And this was a little bit of a, last year in Senate Bill 1954, it defined military vehicles off highway vehicles, and this just simply corrects it. That was unfortunately unintended consequences of last year's legislation. Currently, we're only talking about roughly 60 vehicles in the state that apply under this. So this 56, this year's bill, Senate Bill 2056, simply creates a statutory exemption for local governments to use military vehicles for firefighting, and they can be driven on public roads. So this bill is very, very simple. It helps out our counties, our rural areas, our municipalities. So I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I totally agree with Representative Will on this. It is a great bill. One thing that this will do is it will allow local municipalities, counties, cities to have insurance for these vehicles because they are allowed to be on the road, and that will really help our firefighting abilities. It's another tool in the toolbox, and when we are facing a very big fire season, this is really very important. So I also urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Representative Valdez. Or Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and absolutely this is a good bill, and I support it coming out of a House Bill 1954 from last year. This is also making sure that we can utilize our firefighter military vehicles to move from point A to point B in the state, and I appreciate the bill sponsors moving this forward. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. We already have in House District 64 in Los Animas County, we've had two significant fires already. There's drought in areas of my House district, and this is very important legislation. One reason is these military vehicles have a very unique ability to go off-road and in many cases deliver water where it is most needed at the forefront of these fires. They're designed for off-road use. And as was mentioned by my colleagues, by allowing this and passing this, then they can also get the insurance they need and the things they need to come in compliance with the rest of the state laws. So I strongly support this. Fire season is here for some of us and will soon be here for others. So let's get behind this, vote yes, and let's help our firefighters and our municipalities and our counties prepare for what I believe will be a busy fire season.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 56? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 56. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 56 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Tate and Todd, also Representatives Baisley and Titone, concerning a modification of the definition of state agency for purposes of the statewide Internet Portal Authority to ensure that the authority is authorized to serve all state government agencies.
Thank you. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 183.
Great. There is no committee report.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Senate Bill 183 is a bill that came out of Joint Technology Committee, and it was brought to us by SIPA, the State Internet Portal Authority, and they're a provider of websites to a lot of agencies within the state, and they needed to change the statute to make sure that the folks that they are serving are actually under the statute. The statute was very specific as to who they serve. They want to serve more people and are serving more people within the state. And this changes the law to pertain to the actual people they are serving, and this will get them to be within the law.
Thank you. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to second the motion from my colleague, Representative Titone. This is a wonderful bill. This expands the ability of this great agency that does not add burden to the general fund to provide its services to agencies small and large. And I recommend strongly an aye vote, a yes vote. And by the way, it did pass unanimously out of committee yesterday. So yes vote, please.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 183? Seeing none, the question before us is Representative Tone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to take a sip of this and let you vote.
Okay. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 183. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senators Bridges and Fenberg, also Representatives Gray and Van Winkle, concerning the ability of a licensed brew pub to sell at retail malt liquors that are manufactured at a separate brew pub under the same ownership as the brew pub at which the sale occurs.
And Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 194.
There is no committee report to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that is one of the most common sense and also enjoyable bills you'll get to hear this year. It allows more flexibility for brew pub owners to be able to sell their product. Basically, right now, if you have 2 locations and you brew 2 kinds of beer at this one and 2 kinds of beer at that one, you're not allowed to sell the beer that you make over here in this location or make over here in this location. That doesn't make any sense, and we shouldn't do that. We should let people sell the products that they make in all the locations they have, and so we'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also ask for a yes vote. Current law doesn't make a whole lot of sense as perfectly just described, and this is a little bit more freedom for our great Colorado brewers, so I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill. It's a great bill. It's a deregulation bill. It's a pro-business bill during one of the worst economies in our history. It helps people out. It's one of those, and it also deals with one of those laws that you look at and you think, why is this law already in place? So this fixes that error. So it's a great bill, and I urge everyone to vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I rise in support of Senate Bill 194. You know, this is a win-win-win situation. It's great for small business, it's great for the brew pubs, and it's good for the consumer. Everybody wins. It's what deregulation is about, and it's a great idea, so I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 194? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 194. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, when you have time or you're ready, could you read the title of House Bill 1265?
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez A., also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning increased public protections from emissions of air toxics.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1265, the Appropriations and Finance Report.
Excuse me, in front of me I have the Finance and the Energy Environment Report.
Finance and Energy and Environment Report.
To the Finance Report.
So we did a strike below in finance members that basically changed the entire scope of the bill. We backed it up to just being a reverse 911 call that will alert folks when there's been the disbursement of air toxics into the air that they're breathing. So while we had anticipated doing a much more comprehensive bill dealing with different kinds of air toxics, this bill would just make sure that folks are informed, and would ask for your yes vote on that committee report.
Further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Finance Committee report is adopted. Or no. To the bill, which is the Finance bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, like I said, this bill would simply require a reverse 911 call when there's large amounts of air toxins dumped into the air, and just helps to ensure that people are aware of what's going on with their air, and would ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1265? Oh, it looks like it. Representative Saint.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering how many mass changes the sponsor is going to go through today. But in seriousness, folks, we asked some questions in committee. I know it seems like it's been forever since we've actually had committee on this bill, but some of the questions that I had are pointing to, can the sponsors point to any credible peer-reviewed medical research indicating that the established EPA levels are not sufficiently protective of human health and the environment? I didn't get an answer to that. If the sponsors have an answer to that now, I would appreciate it. Because folks, I know people are saying in committee, we need to have zero emissions. That's our goal, is zero emissions. Well, frankly, if we're attacking the very industries, let me just tell you, targeted our manufacturing plants, a steel mill, power production and transmission facilities, a hazardous waste processing facility, an oil refinery. If we're attacking everything that makes modern life possible, and we want those to go away, yes, it's possible to have zero emissions. But at what cost? Are people really willing to live like we did 200 years ago, 100 years ago even? Heat their house with coal, wood. Wood is a renewable resource, but it can be very dirty as well. Don't want heated showers. I mean, think of all the other things that are possible. Your blenders that make your green smoothies, vegetarian meal choices possible. And in fact, if we went to all solar and all wind, we couldn't do that without oil and gas. Wind and solar are like the barnacle on the back of a whale. It cannot survive without oil and gas. It can't do it. There's not enough wind, and the sun doesn't shine quite that much as they were advertising and marketing for Colorado. The slack is picked up by oil and gas. So if we're going to find them out of existence, the green energy dream that so many in this chamber are working for is not going to come to fruition. The technology simply doesn't exist right now. So listen closely. If you're going to find a business out of existence, not only is that not going to generate the revenue that you desire, but it's also going to hurt the people of Colorado. It's going to hurt those particularly who are the most vulnerable in our society, because one of the cheapest ways to heat your home is still natural gas. One of the cheapest ways to fuel your car, especially older cars, is going to be gasoline. The poor in our state and in our country are among the richest in the world. In fact, they would be considered above middle class, most of them, than those who live in Europe. They eat more red meat, they have air conditioning, they have refrigerators, they have more square footage than the middle class in Europe does. And why is that possible? Because we are blessed with natural energy, with oil and gas. So I know that's a long diatribe on this particular bill, but that's essentially what this is doing, is targeting the very industry that we need to make modern life possible. I'd ask for a no vote on this bill for many reasons. I'm sure my colleagues are waiting in line. With that, again, I urge a no vote.
Just a reminder to people, the strike below was in Finance Committee report, so now we adopted that, so it becomes the bill. So we're going to talk to, if you could tailor your comments to the bill. We passed the Finance Committee report, and that had the strike below in it. So if you could, it's okay, if you could tailor your comments to what is now the bill, that'd be great. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. My first question to the bill sponsors is, what is the fiscal note on this particular bill, House Bill 20-1265?
Representative Valdez.
Thank you for the question, Representative Holtorf. There is no fiscal note. We did a strike below that took away all of the fiscal note. No fiscal note.
You can repeat yourself, Representative.
There's no fiscal note on the bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors. If there's no fiscal note, then it would fall under the free, fair, friendly, and free mantra that has been discussed in the previous months. So it doesn't cost any money. My concern is that we are, with this, passing legislation that supersedes federal legislation and rules, which I understand is permissible. The real concern that I have is the impact on industries that support rural Colorado. I don't think many of you know how important some of the businesses we have are rural electric cooperatives and tri-state generation. A lot of our petroleum companies and our refineries. One of the largest generators of revenue for rural counties, I just want to explain this to everybody so you know, is the excise taxes and severance taxes, rather, that you get from oil and gas production in the rural parts of our state. When we attack this sector of the energy complex, for whatever reason, those rural counties take a significant economic impact, which is being felt now. On top of COVID-19 impacts, on top of government and state government executive orders, on top of everything that's happened the last 2 years in this capital, I would urge you to really think about what you do to my people, what you do to the people in rural Colorado, what do you do to the counties, the 9 counties in eastern Colorado that I have to represent, what you do to their ability to govern and the financial resources they have to govern. So please think about the rest of the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen, because it's real. What you do is real. It has really serious economic impacts. And if you want to come with me to some of the impoverished areas in House District 64, I can show you dirt poor. I can show you dirt poor. So thank you, Madam Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Benavides.
Members, thank you. I just want to clarify, this is a strike below, that it impacts, if you read the most recent fiscal note, it impacts 3 facilities that are in urban areas. None of them are in rural areas at all. It requires those facilities that have an emission beyond their permitted levels to let those communities in that area know through a reverse 911. Again, in 3 urban areas. And I will tell you, my district is Commerce City and unincorporated parts of Adams County. And just since we were on recess in that 2 months, there have been 3 emissions that caused a cloud, that caused ash, that caused a skim over Sand Creek that still has not been fully resolved. And it impacts the lives of the people in those areas. And they don't know what's going on. That's all this bill does. It does not impose anything on local governments. It doesn't even impact any rural community. It's 3 urban areas. Please read the strike below, and please read the fiscal note.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, members, I serve on the Energy and Environment Committee, and I want to thank the sponsors for, quite frankly, doing the strike below. That was a step in the right direction because the original bill, which I'm not here to speak about, and I share their concerns about different entities that maybe, I'll say inadvertently and unwantingly, to have various emissions that might affect their communities. I don't think any company wants to do that intentionally. But I do want to do a shout out for one of the companies that would be in Representative Benavides's district, and that is Suncor, because the original intent of the bill would have really taken Suncor to task. It was really aimed at Suncor, which owns and operates the only refinery here in Colorado that refines all the gasoline and jet fuel and asphalt for most of Colorado and I think other surrounding states. Just give you a little bit of idea about the Suncor refinery, which is located, I believe, in Adams County, Commerce City. Like I say, it's a significant employer. They directly employ at least 500 direct jobs by the refinery itself. And these are not just jobs, they're careers. The average salary of the Suncor refinery is $100,000. And probably, I'm assuming, many, if not most, of those employees live in and around, probably within I'll say a 5 or 10 mile radius of the Suncor refinery. The last time I checked, $100,000 average salary was way above the average of any job here in Colorado. And like I say, these are not just jobs, they're careers. And many of them are good blue-collar jobs. Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, about 350 of the 500 jobs are union jobs, good, solid, blue-collar, hard-working jobs for the pipe fitters union. And in addition to the direct jobs, there's about, believe it or not 1,000 indirect jobs, not 2,000 indirect jobs as a result of this refinery, not 3,000, not 4,000, but 5,000 indirect jobs that can be attributed to the Suncor refinery. And those too are good, solid jobs. And we heard the testimony from a couple of the key executives of the Suncor refinery that either recently or their plans are to invest $1.3 billion. Let me repeat that, $1.3 billion to upgrade their refinery and to have more and better, safer environmental controls. So the Suncor company and the Suncor refinery, they are good corporate citizens. They hear the concerns of Representative Benavides and Representative Valdez and probably all of us, that they want to be a good corporate citizen, they want to be a good environmental citizen. So they are doing everything they can to upgrade and have a safer work environment for all involved. So with that, I'm glad to know that you have done a strike below. I think that's a step in the right direction. I just thought I would let you know that, one, I can't speak for the other two because I'm not sure which ones they are, but I think most corporate citizens, most corporations are trying to do the right thing for all their employees, for all the citizens. And so with that, Suncor, I wish you much success and keep up the good work you're doing. I know you're trying to do the right thing.
Representative Wachenfeld.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
Oh, and you too. Even you too, Representative McKeon. I'm sorry about that little joke.
My friends on the other side of the aisle, let me read a letter to you that was sent to me. On behalf of the United Steel, Paper, and Forestry, Rubber, Manufacturing, Energy, and Allied Industrial and Service Workers Union, I am writing to express the United Steelworkers Union continued opposition to House Bill 2012-65. For your convenience, I'm also reattaching the United Steelworkers opposition letter sent in late March. While we understand that an amendment to the bill may be proposed, the members of the United Steelworkers continue to strongly oppose House Bill 1265 for several reasons. Number one, do no harm to union employers. This is not the right time to pass legislation that imposes new costs on union employers, threatening United Steelworkers jobs and our members' ability to care for their families. Number two, completely unnecessary. House Bill 2012-65 and the proposed amendment are completely unnecessary, as the Colorado Department of Health Suncor settlement entered into March already contemplates a collaborative process to develop community notification program. Point number three, creates conflict with the Colorado Department of Health settlement. This bill creates a conflict with the Colorado Department of Health settlement's community engagement process and constrains the solutions to be developed reflecting community and stakeholder input, including United Steelworkers, through this process. Number four, imposes all cost on employers. Under the proposed amendment, all cost would be paid by employers as stated in number one above. This is not the right time to burden employers with additional and unnecessary costs associated with this bill. Employers are struggling to even stay in business due to the pandemic and its economic impact on our economy. We cannot afford to lose good-paying union jobs anytime, but especially not in these times. Please vote no on House Bill 20-1265. Thank you, Cody J. Brown, United Steelworkers, International Staff Representative for District 12, Sub 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please vote no on this bill.
Representative Benavides.
Members, first, let me say thank you to my colleague for standing up for union workers. Having been a union worker in 2 different unions, including being a steward in those unions, I am so glad to hear that there is respect for unions on both sides of the aisle. That said, I will talk to you about the settlement agreement and this bill. This says don't harm employers. You know what? The settlement agreement they're talking about is the settlement agreement Suncor has to pay. It's in the millions and millions of dollars because they have exceeded their permit levels continually. They have put the people in those areas at risk, and they continue to do it. This is the highest settlement amount they have ever had to pay, and it is unfortunate. But that settlement agreement was not reached with the communities. That settlement agreement was on behalf of CDPHE and Suncor. And I have the pertinent parts of the agreement right here. And there is no conflict. We use language directly from this agreement in the strike below. The only additional thing it adds, which is not in conflict, is to say, let the people know that they might be potentially harmed. In December, they had a release that put ash all over the place. And I talked to Suncor, and Suncor said, we do what's required federally. They contacted the local fire department, first responders, they contacted CDPHE, and they contacted the local government. The people didn't know. 2 schools went on lockdown in Commerce City because nobody knew what all this ash was, if it was poisonous or not. Of these 3 chemicals that do have known health impacts, Suncor is the only facility that emits all 3, and nobody knows what it is. The people that live in those areas are scared. They're scared when this stuff is falling down on them, when a yellow cloud goes over their neighborhood. All this bill asks is tell us. We do reverse 911 when there's an Amber Alert. We don't help people that are exposed to this. That's all this does. It does not conflict with the settlement agreement. It's an addition. To do a reverse 911, it is probably less than $5,000. And honestly, we've spoken to the chair of the Adams County Commission, and they are looking into adding it to Adams County's contract. So it is not an expensive burden on this employer. This is about helping people and saving their lives. So I support the steelworkers, but in this case, they have it wrong. There is no conflict with the settlement agreement, and to say it's not necessary when that settlement agreement is based on millions of dollars in fines, the highest they have ever been exposed to. So I don't understand why we don't want to let people know. If there was an unknown ash falling over your neighborhood, I know I would want to know, what is this? That's all we're asking, because in reality, people are not notified for hours or till the evening news that this has happened, and they're living there. So please, if you care about people that live in that area who are very vulnerable, they're lower income, they're seniors, they're children, they don't know what to do, they don't know what's happening. This is really just a simple measure that helps people. Thank you.
Representative Wachenfeld.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman. You know, my colleagues on my side of the aisle, myself, may not come up here and wave the union flag a lot, but one thing we do fight for, and that's jobs. And I don't care if it's a union job or a non-union job. We're here to fight for jobs, and this is a job killer. It's going to hurt these folks in the United Steelworkers Union, and we're going to fight for them anyway.
Representative Holtorf. Sorry, he was next.
Oh, it's all the way up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, bill sponsors. The one thing I want to point out, under the fast, friendly, and free mantra, I don't think this bill is very friendly. Now, if we hadn't experienced what we've experienced the last 3 months with our economic troubles, if we hadn't had a complete reversal of the economy with the lowest unemployment rate we've had in some cases ever because of COVID-19, I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the wrong time. It might not be the wrong idea. It might not be the wrong area or application, but it is the wrong time. Our economic recovery, ladies and gentlemen, if you care about the fiscal note for next year, if you care about what we have to face for next year, which will be much more difficult than this year, I would tell my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but I'll tell my colleagues on this side of the aisle more loudly, that you had better do everything you can muster to think about economic recovery in 2021. And I don't think you are. I don't think you're thinking in the future clearly. When we have union leaders, and I'll admit, I'm from rural Colorado. I didn't grow up around a union. I may not know the unions like my fellow colleague, Representative Benavidez, knows the unions because she's been a part of them and worked in them. But I will tell you, when a union leader comes and declares clearly, specifically, that this is bad for the people they represent, those union members they represent, and we don't listen, then maybe those union leaders need to pay close attention to who's really representing them. Maybe those union leaders need to think very carefully about what's happening to the state of Colorado, what's happening to those people that have those hard jobs across the state, in the sector, in the economic sector that is under attack. Because as we continue to chip and erode away at anything that is a Colorado economy, we're going into dangerous territory. So I'm going to ask my colleagues and these bill sponsors at this time to consider withdrawing this bill for the sake of economic recovery in the state of Colorado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I hadn't intended to come back and speak on this, but I got a note. What this bill really does with the strike below, once again, thank you for at least doing the strike below, but it mandates that this 9/11 reverse 9/11 call has to be done, and it totally circumvents what the locals might want to do, as well as I believe Representative Bockenfeld read the letter from the unions that they're opposed to this bill. By the way, Suncor, which is really the object of this bill, they're still opposed to the bill. But I think inadvertently, maybe as a result of this, the sponsors are doing kind of an in run around what the local community wants to do. And also, it could be very confusing. Imagine that you're a citizen of Commerce City and that you start getting these reverse 9/11 calls, whether it's for floods or fires or for something that's come out of the air, whatever it may be, that you're getting all these mandated reverse 9/11 calls. After a while, if you call woof too many times, you just ignore it. So, let's let the locals make the local people, between the union officials and the company and the local elected officials, they know what's best, rather than to force a mandate that's being pushed by maybe some environmental extremists that just, quite frankly, want to have the Suncor facility shut down, which, talk about economic devastation or devastation. Don't think for a moment that Suncor doesn't, that the Suncor company doesn't have other options. If they feel at some point in time that the environmental community and the environmental extremists and the local officials, they don't want it, Suncor at some point in time can say, look, we're just going to close down the entire facility. And don't think that doesn't happen, because right now in tough economic times, which, by the way, as a result of the steep decline in gasoline prices, there were times where the Suncor facility was losing tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So if it's not economically feasible for Suncor to keep this facility open, they may just say, we're going to close the whole damn thing. And then there goes at least 500 good, high-paying jobs, as well as thousands of ancillary jobs. So with that, once again, I'm sure that my colleagues are well-intended, and we all are, that we want companies to do things that are environmentally correct. We all want that. But be careful what you wish for, because companies and employers and others, they have other options. They may just say at the end of the day, the fight isn't worth it, we give up, we're going to close the whole thing. So with that, I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1365. Thank you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just felt compelled to come up and talk on this bill. I mean, I look at this and I understand the very compassionate argument that Representative Benavides makes about her constituents there and the people in her district. I have those same concerns in my district. I can tell you what I've experienced since I've been here in this state legislature is that we're regulating away all the jobs in my district. We're just flat regulating them away. And I don't care if you're talking about coal, natural gas, whatever, without getting into severance tax and the money we're losing there and all that. But I mean, just keeping our counties afloat. I mean, in my district, the coal industry is going away. We talk about air quality. I find out some of the stuff in air quality that we monitor in the northwest part of Colorado is actual air from China, not even stuff that our own power plants are putting out. So I have some real grave concerns about this. I understand the air quality over our way is great. It's not here in Denver. I understand that. The Front Range doesn't have good air quality. I had the pleasure of being on the Energy Interim Committee last summer there, and I learned so much. But I also know that coal and natural gas keep the lights on, and they're going to for a long time. I'm not anti-renewable. I don't know anybody that is anti-renewable. But that's a problem. And I mean, between the COVID impacts and all the energy stuff and the bills that have came out of this body in my district is getting hammered. And maybe some questions had for the sponsors here on this bill, and I thank you for bringing it forward. I do. But can we really target specific businesses for this kind of stuff? I mean, is that fair? And we're asking them to have emission levels below what EPA standards are. And sometimes they're doing the best available technology to keep that air quality the best they can. And it's the best available technology. And I talked about targeting businesses, but the economic havoc that this will have around this state and these communities is just in this time, the time we're in now, is something we just can't have. I would like the sponsors to address what the oil and gas and the mining companies, what are they telling you about the fiscal impact they're going to have from this bill? I haven't heard that. And they're also asking for emission standards that are even lower than established from the EPA. Is there any medical research that indicates that the EPA standards are not sufficient to protect human health and environment? So those are some of the questions I have on this bill. I would strongly support a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, just one more reminder that the bill is the strike below for the Committee of the Poor and Finance. So if we could keep our comments geared to that, it'd be appreciated. Okay, Representative. Nobody. We already passed the finance report. The bill is the finance report because there was a strike below there. That's what. Okay. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1265? Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I care if this is a strike bill or not. I'm still opposed to this bill, so I want to make sure I get some extra words in. So one of my colleagues mentioned that there were supposed to be 3 Fs associated with this bill. I can think of a 4th one, but I won't say it up here. One of the problems with this bill is this. I had asked this question to the State Department. I had asked if they had found the levels in excess of what this bill is trying to find. Are you finding these levels anywhere? And you know what I heard? I don't know. And it would take years to actually link up that data to show that it's damaging to people's health. This sounds like a study to me. Is that the strike below we're talking about? No. It's not a study? It should be. It should be at the very least a study, because we don't know what the heck we're doing. We're making it up as we go along. I was really shocked by what I heard. The State Department in charge of managing this bill has no idea. So this is basically a solution in search of a problem if we're looking at air pollution. We need to be honest with not only the people of Colorado, but the people in the districts that are affected by this, if that's what we're doing. Otherwise, it's not helping anyone. And a lot of those same folks are going to be losing jobs, home values. It's going to make gas more expensive. It's going to make a lot of things that our life depends on. Look at all this plexiglass in this room. That wasn't made out of vegetables. It's an oil and gas product protecting us right now. Your masks, a lot of them are made from oil and gas. Everything will become more expensive if these plants shut down. So I'm going to renew again. I'm going to urge a no vote on this bill. If anything, if we were to be dead honest about the aim, it should be a study at the very least.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being in the oil and gas business for as long as I've been in, I have seen regulation upon regulation upon regulation, and I am speaking to the strike below. We have hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen fluoride, and sulfide with levels that are below, they are below or more stringent than the Federal Clean Air Act being required from here, from this bill. We don't even have the technology to get it below that. We don't understand that. I watched Montana, and this is including the strike below. I watched Montana in 1980 decide that they were going to raise severance taxes in the state of Montana. The oil and gas industry completely left Montana in 1980, and it caused a huge problem as far as the revenue generation for the state of Montana. We are headed in that direction right now in the state of Colorado. What we have done to the oil and gas industry in the state of Colorado is a travesty. Severance taxes, we talked about severance taxes. Last year were about $130 million. This year it's projected to be $16 million. And that is a major hit on the state of Colorado. I cannot urge a stronger no vote for the most horrible bill that I've seen come before this legislature this year. And I'm just sad that this is what we have come to. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This bill is about notification, that's all, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1265? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1265. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1265 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work today. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Is there any? If there's no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's. Thanks, guys. You always help me so much.
Okay. The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under the consideration of the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations. House Bill 1119 as amended, House Bill 1143 as amended, House Bill 1184 as amended, House Bill 1207 as amended, House Bill 1211 as amended, House Bill 1218 as amended, House Bill 1219 as amended, House Bill 1265 as amended, House Bill 1285 as amended, House Bill 1286 as amended, House Bill 1293 as amended, House Bill 1336 as amended, House Bill 1376 as amended, House Bill 1402 as amended, House Bill 1402, House Bill 1403 as amended, House Bill 1404 passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 021, Senate Bill 042 as amended, Senate Bill 056 as amended, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 85 as amended, Senate Bill 88 as amended, Senate Bill 96 as amended, Senate Bill 104 as amended, Senate Bill 110 as amended, Senate Bill 120 as amended, Senate Bill 129, Senate Bill 139, Senate Bill 166, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 183, Senate Bill 194 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Arndt. You all have heard the motion. There are two amendments at the desk. Representative Sane, you have the first amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Humphrey and Sane Amendment L004 to House Bill 1336 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the same amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to refresh your memory, it says on page 2, line 17, after births insert, or cause a genocide of human beings in the womb. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a genocide going on here in Colorado every single day in the state. And again, I applaud the sponsors of this bill for bringing this forward, because this is part of our truth. That if we're going to be against genocide and educate our children about genocide, then this truth must come to light. That we're killing unborn human beings every day in the state, especially those who are in minorities. In fact, we're a destination location. People come from out of state to come here to commit that genocide. They come from out of state to have sex-selective abortions. They come out of state to kill a human being up to the day of birth because our state law allows for that. So this bill would be a great first step to educating and stopping this dead in its tracks. Together, we can take this first step to stop the genocide of human beings in the womb. And this is that first step. So I'd ask for a yes vote today. I'd ask for a yes vote to protect our children, to protect our future, the future of our country, the future of our state. Protect our children. Vote yes.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned before, according to data from the New York City's Department of Health, 57% of black pregnancies in the city end in abortion. And Dr. Alveda King, whose uncle is the late Reverend Martin Luther King, whose uncle is the late Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., defines the murder of black babies in the womb as genocide. She's a civil rights champion in her own right. King received the Life Prize Award and Civil Rights Award from the Congress of Racial Equality and currently serves as a pastoral associate with Priests for Life. Ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the same amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Meeting remotely, Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Buckner votes no. Melton?
No.
Melton votes no. Jackson? Can you say it out loud? I guess her volume's not working. Can you?
No.
Okay, Jackson votes no. Let's see, Representative McLaughlin. McLaughlin votes no. Representative Sullivan. Sullivan votes no. Representative Froelich. Froelich votes no. Representative Landgraf. Landgraf votes yes. Anyone else I'm missing in the, Representative Tatone. Tatone votes no. Anyone else I'm missing? Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 41 no votes, the same amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Becker amendment.
Representative Becker moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the Rural Affairs and Agricultural Committee report to House Bill 1403 dated May 27, 2020 to show that said report lost and that House Bill 1403 passed.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move the Becker amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I thought it would not be proper for me to end my legislative career without ever having done a cow amendment. And I had to go to Minority Leader Neville to find out how to do it. I wasn't really sure what to do. Several years ago, when I was on the Agricultural Committee, a constituent came up to me and said, I represent three different basins, the Colorado River, the North Platte, and the South Platte. And they said, we're in dire need of funding for water. And the state's working on a water plan, but there's no way to fund it. And we think you could make this really easy change, which is there's a education group that gets a donation every year from Colorado. And it's just a donation. We don't know anywhere else in law that the state makes donations to nonprofit organizations to just educate on water. So we think you should use that for projects instead of, and I said, I'm not gonna do anything about that. And I never did. And this year, everything that we use to fund water is declining. Severance tax, all these local governments that get money to fund water projects like water treatment plants is all gone. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna consider your proposal for the first time. And I contacted the group and I said, I think we have to focus all of our water money on water projects and not media materials, which is what you guys do. And I'm sorry, but I wanna give you a heads up. One of my counties has a water treatment plant that cost them millions and millions and millions of dollars. And all of their revenue just declined locally, and all of our money for water projects through severance taxes declined. So I just need to have my communities have greater access to water project money and not spend it on a nonprofit organization that puts out media. But you guys can fundraise or raise fees or do other things. But for now, I think this is the right move, and it's been in existence for a long time. So I'm letting you know I'm going to put this in. They said, thank you, thank you, thank you, and then immediately started lobbying the legislator and said, we need $150,000 from you all going on forever so we can run our nonprofit organization. And I appreciate what they've done, but right now, I've got communities who are in dire straits to fund basic water projects like water treatment plants, like putting riprap on streams, like repairing ditches, and they just want any source of revenue, because I don't know where we're going to come up with this money if we're not prioritizing project money over media materials. So It was changed in committee, and so my amendment says, I just want the money, I'm not recognizing that amendment, I want the money to go to water projects and not media, and that's my amendment. So please vote yes.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I raise in strong opposition. There's no money in the projects bill for Water Education Foundation this year. None. That is not what the amendment did. The amendment took out the money that was in the bill for Water Education Colorado. Just like we've done with so many other things, it took it out for 1 year instead of forever. The reason why Water Education Colorado has a special relationship with this legislature is because we started them. Representative Roberts is on the board. If you're ag chair, you're on the board. I was on the board for 2 years. Senator Donovan is on the board. Greg Hobbs is vice president of the board. I can go on. You want me to? You want me to tell you who else is on the board? Past President Eric Hecox, Perry Cabot, Nick Colglazer, Senator Donovan, currently on the board. These are all board members. Paul Fanning, if that means something to you. Greg Johnson from the Water Conservation Board, Julie Kallenberger. All these are big names in water. Kevin McBride, Amy Boyer, Lauren Riss, Dylan Roberts, Travis Robinson. These are board members, Chris Treese and Brian Warner. You cannot put members of the legislature on people's boards if you don't fund them. I don't think, it may be unprecedented to fund a 501c3, but it's not when you start it. I don't think this body puts people on the board of 501c3s, do we? No. This amendment did not give a single penny to Water Education Colorado. Don't be mistaken. It asks for a 1-year timeout, and we can reconsider this next year. I am a strong no on this, Cal. I think that when we start something and we have people on the board, if this Cal fails, maybe I'll run a bill just to strip our membership on their board. Right? Representative Diane Hoppy. If anybody knows anything about water, you know the special relationship we have. Water leaders, we have members in here that were on the water leaders, right? Selected for water leaders. Bree Winteo, Representative Winteo, Representative Escar, right? Every year our first field trip on the water committee is with WECO. We join them. When I started learning about water, Representative Randy Fisher, who was chair of ag, and my predecessor, he said, the best way to learn water in Colorado is to get on their field trips. I self-funded myself. I wanted every field trip they had. If we want no water knowledge in this body or the rest of Colorado, we can defund WECO. Defund them. Separate ourselves. Take ourselves out the board. The legislature loses their voice in water. That's A. B, there's a bill coming up to take away summer committees. Water's one of them. We want to hand our knowledge about water and our responsibility to the people of Colorado by defunding these things. I object.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Majority Leader, Speaker Pro Tem, all of the above. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I want to talk about vision and leadership. I just saw something here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just saw something here that I think is pretty significant. Number one, the Speaker of the House recognizing that water is the lifeblood of Colorado. Number two, realizing that the investment that we're talking about, I believe $150,000, is an insignificant amount investing in our future. We need the greatest amount of effort and energy in this chamber to do everything we can for the future of water and the stakeholders of water. And it doesn't matter if you're an NGO or a for-profit. All of a sudden, we're talking about that? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. That's not even relevant here. We put money in all kinds of organizations that support the causes that we feel strongly about, and you should not discriminate, for-profit or non-for-profit, in my humble opinion. But I will tell you, I'm a third-generation rancher and dryland farmer. Nobody here knows more about the necessity for water than a dryland farmer. And if you're not one, I challenge you to come out and try it. 8 out of 10 fail in the first 3 years. Now, I commend the effort, I commend the leadership, and I commend the vision. And I vote that we support what is posted behind me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and thank you for your leadership.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And where I come from, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. And when in Rural Affairs Committee, we added this amendment in there to help not only the people of Colorado, the people of House District 62 be educated on water. And when individuals are trying to take water from the San Luis Valley and other basins in the area, especially the metro, it's imperative that we continue educating individuals throughout the state, especially in our communities, how important water is, because water is our lifeblood. It is our lifeblood to our communities for sustainability, to continue to move agriculture, to put food on the tables. Agriculture in rural areas of Colorado. And get that next generation of farmers and ranchers, whether it be our 4-H leaders, our FFA leaders, but also educate individuals the importance of that water. I stand in strong support up here that we do not repeal this amendment and vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I have to say, I completely respect the thought process through helping us find the adequate way to fund water. I too served on the Water Resources Review Committee. I've gone to Water Congress several times. I even went last year as a member of JBC to be a part of those conversations around water funding. We are grossly underfunding water in Colorado. That's a fact. So I respect the idea, the original intent of not funding a nonprofit this year. I get that. It's my understanding the amendment that was put on in committee simply takes a 1-year timeout of that funding instead of eliminating the program altogether. That's something we did repeatedly when we were trying to balance the budget. We didn't repeal things that we knew were important. We simply said when funding is available, or, sorry, I was distracted by somebody beating up the plexiglass. We simply took a time out. And that's my understanding of what's happening with the amendment that was put on in the Rural Affairs Committee. I can appreciate that, to have that time to work with Water Education Colorado to figure out what we do, because folks, I don't know how many times I have to say this, next year's going to be worse. Next year's going to be harder. But we don't just write them out of existence. We're able to have that conversation within this year. Maybe some of us can even help figure out how to raise more money. I've been on these field trips, and it's not just a good time field trip. There is so much water knowledge out there that people have, but that's out there. We're the ones who have to end up making a lot of decisions on water policy. And I know I have my handful of people I call, but I also like to know. That's what Water Education Colorado has done for me in the 6 years I've served here. Taught me things I would never have been able to figure out on water, and opened my eyes to issues across the entire state, not just the Arkansas Basin. They're an invaluable resource, and if we can't sustain them, I can understand that. But let's not write them out of existence. Let's take some time. Let's take the time out that that amendment that was put on in Rural Affairs gives us to figure this out. So I completely respect the idea, and I respect the amendment that was put on in Rural Affairs, so I will be voting no on the cow today.
Representative Arndt.
So just remember, members, a vote no on this cow just does exactly what Rep. Esgar just, I didn't go too far on the amendment. I didn't refund it. There's not a single penny for WECO this year. It just does not eliminate the program. That was the simple amendment, and the vote was 9-1 on people who work with these issues every single day. Thank you. Vote no.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, members. Just to clarify a couple things. Can you guys even see me behind this box? I'm not writing any organization out of existence at all. It's a nonprofit organization, the only one in the state that I know of that gets an annual donation from the state. Their budget is many times this. All I'm saying is we don't do donations to media organizations. It was written into law about 20 years ago and has continued ever since. In the meantime, they're an independent entity that raises money from places all over. They have 2 members of the General Assembly on their board to keep the state's investment in their nonprofit. I completely support their mission, 1,000%. But I'm just saying our state dollars have to be prioritized for our communities who keep applying for the money, and it keeps diminishing every year. And in the meantime, we keep funding a nonprofit that can raise money or raise fees and continue their mission. This is out of an $850,000 budget. What is that? Like about 15% of their budget. They have the capability to raise money independently, and they do, and they put on programs. Fantastic mission, love it. Nothing about this eliminates them. It eliminates the ongoing general fund contribution to a nonprofit organization that teaches about water. I'm thrilled for them to teach about water. I think it's great. I want our money in the General Assembly to prioritize my actual communities that have to replace all this water infrastructure that we don't have the money for right now, that our citizens are going to face increased water fees because we can't help them. When last year, there was a commitment to do $20 million for water funding, and I think we actually did $5 million of it, and then the rest was eliminated. So I just have a really big district with a lot of need that they bring to me about their water infrastructure. I'm just trying to prioritize my community's needs, but it's not going to affect this nonprofit. They still in existence. They still will do all of their work. They just don't get a donation every year from the General Assembly, because that was in law, and I'm saying we should take that out of law. Support their mission, support everything they do. I want them to raise that from private resources, because my cities can't fundraise from private resources to fund their water projects. And I want them to do all of their programming. I just don't want them to rely on the General Assembly to fund it, because the funding for the General Assembly should be going to the communities who are applying for that, for their projects, their actual projects. Love Water Education Colorado. I'm just saying this shouldn't be the way that they fund their nonprofit organization. Fantastic mission. It doesn't eliminate them. And it was smart to put legislators on the board, because immediately, oh, we've got legislators, we'll call them and say, we want to keep our money from the General Assembly. When we have a $3.3 billion shortfall in our budget, there are entities and organizations all across Colorado having to do with mental health, having to do with substance abuse. You pick the area of law. We cut hundreds of thousands of dollars out of 4-H this year. We are cutting millions and millions and millions of dollars out of K-12 education. So I'm just saying, in one aspect of the budget, where it's our state money and we actually have it, we need to fund it on the actual projects, just not a donation. I love the organization, I support it. They have other ways to fundraise. Charge fees for your programs, raise from all the entities that you're raising from now or beyond that. There are tons of organizations invested in water education. Fantastic, but the state money should go to these projects that everyone's applying for. That's what I just want to prioritize, because we have no money for our cities and all the water projects they want to do. That's, I'm just saying, needs to be the priority, not a donation that does outreach and media. Support educating on water. I want to prioritize how we're spending our dollars.
Any further discussion? Representative Sane and then Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. So this is a very difficult decision to make. I like this particular organization. I would agree with the speaker on a couple things. One is we're not writing them out of existence. They do have the ability to raise funds. And let me remind you that we have a prior appropriation system, which means water rights are determined by priority beneficial use. And what better way to describe what we're doing here? Priority beneficial use. Priority beneficial use is water projects need the water funding. Now, I'm not against actually this particular organization receiving funding from us. They do a great job. But we know in the next 2 to 3 or 4 years, our budget is going to be very constrained. We can always pick this up another time. So that's why I'll be a yes vote today. I appreciate the organization, but I know a lot of us in this body, including some of the representatives and my friends who have spoke against this particular amendment. You've probably spent more hours than a commercial airline pilot needs to fly a Boeing on your own, and spent a lot of your own money to do so. A lot. And that includes myself. I would seek out this training from various entities and people who knew it on the ground, including our dryland farmers. I spent countless hours doing this. So I believe that we as an organization, as the elected representatives, our districts, will continue to represent and will continue to seek out that training on our own. And I'm willing to bet this foundation is still going to provide it. But we're going through some tough times right now. And priority beneficial uses, we need to make sure that the funding is going towards those water projects. So with a heavy heart, I'll be a yes on this, but I just wanted to explain why.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, members. Water is the lifeblood of this state. It is critically important to all of us. And I have spent a limited amount of time on rural affairs and ag and don't have the depth of participation that some of my colleagues do, but I have recognized the value of Water Education Colorado, just as I recognize the value of other organizations that provide education to us, like NCSL or CSG, nonprofit organizations that we help fund through memberships so that we can benefit from that education. I'm extremely pleased that we have suspended any funding to WECO for this next year. That's the right thing to do. I'd like the time to be able to evaluate that ongoing relationship that the state has with them and with any of those other organizations where we are participating with state dollars for the benefit of our membership. I think given what we are facing in the next several years, as Representative Sane pointed out, is going to be extremely challenging, and every relationship that we have needs to be examined. I think this is a very worthwhile conversation. I will be no on this Cow amendment today because of my personal experience and benefit from WECO, but I hope that we can continue the dialogue.
Is there any further discussion on the Becker amendment to the Committee of the Whole on House Bill 1403? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. In the remote, Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Melton.
Oh.
Representative Melton votes no. Representative Jackson.
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. In the gallery, Representative Landgraf. Representative Landgraf votes no. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes no. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Tatone. Representative Tatone votes no. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative, I think that solves it. Representative Baisley, Bockenfield, Buck, Geithner, Humphrey, Sandridge, and Williams, please vote. Representative Bockenfeld, Representative Buck, Representative Sandridge. No, yeah, right. Hold on. Can we let's just it's the please close the machine. With 28 ayes, 37 noes, the Speaker amendment, or the Madam Speaker amendment, Becker amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. I know, but
I would announce that the buttons were approved.
I also think it's fine.
All right, that brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. And you need to switch us back. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Froelich, how do you vote? Yes. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin, how do you vote? McLaughlin votes yes. Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone, how do you vote? Tatone votes yes. Did I leave anyone out? Landgraf, how do you vote? I didn't hear that. No. Landgraf votes no. What did you say? Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Representative Harrod. Announcements and introductions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Finance Committee, We will be meeting in the old State Library at 3 o'clock. We will hear a number of bills. Be there.
Members, we have to introduce some legislation. So we'll do that before finishing announcements and introductions. Printing report.
Printing report.
Printing report will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Advisor.
To the House of Representatives.
Message from the Advisor will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1410 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Exum. Also Senators Gonzalez and Zenzinger concerning assistance for individuals facing housing-related hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith transferring money from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Eviction Legal Defense Fund and Housing Development Grant Fund to provide such assistance.
House Bill 1410 is assigned to the Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs and Appropriations.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Michaelson Janae and Kraft Tharp, also Senator Pedersen, concerning the allocation of the money the state received from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund for Behavioral Health Services.
House Bill 1411 is assigned to the Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs and the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Kennedy and Cutter, also Senators Story and Zenzinger, concerning assistance for individuals unable to pay their utility bills due to the economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, in connection therewith transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Energy Outreach Colorado Low-Income Energy Assistance Fund to provide such assistance.
House Bill 1412 is assigned to Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs and the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Byrd and Cutter, also Senators Zenzinger and Donovan, concerning the establishment of a state and private investor-funded small business recovery loan program and in connection therewith authorizing the Department of the Treasury to obtain the state share of funding for the program by selling insurance premium tax credits to qualified taxpayers and authorizing the state treasurer to contact with the program manager to establish and administer the program.
House Bill 1413 is assigned to the Committee on State, the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Weissman and Titone, also Senators Foote and Pedersen, concerning a prohibition against engaging in price gouging for a period following a declared disaster.
House Bill 1414 is assigned to the Committee on State, Veterans and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1415 by Representatives Harrod and Sullivan, also Senators Pedersen and Rodriguez, concerning a workers' rights in the workplace for conduct related to a principal's actions during a public health emergency.
House Bill 1415 is assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1416 by Representatives Garnett and Neville, also Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning the modification of a fiscal information prepared by Legislative Council staff related to an initiated measure.
House Bill 1416 is assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1417 by Representative Becker, also Senator Hansen, concerning the establishment of administrative conditions related to money in the general fund from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund that apply to an allocation established in separate legislation until the unspent money remains in the subfund transferred to Unemployment Compensation Fund on December 30th, 2020.
House Bill 1417 is assigned to the Committee on Finance. Introduction of resolutions.
HJR 201010 by Representatives Becker and Neville, also Senators Garcia and Holbert, concerning a change to the joint rules of the Senate and House of Representatives regarding the number of bills an interim committee may request for drafting.
What'd you say? Oh, House Joint Resolution 1010 is laid over one day under the rules. Actually, can I have that one? Can I just? House Joint Resolution 1010 is calendared for Monday, June 8th. We'll do it later, yeah. Okay. Announcements and introductions. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, remember, tomorrow is Friday, the first Friday that we have worked since being in recess. So tomorrow is Bow Tie Bolo Tie Day, and we will be able to see, thanks to technology, whether Representative Melton is going to wear his bow tie tomorrow, Friday. He says yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was to announce that Conference Committee on House Bill 1029 will be tomorrow at 8:15 in 112.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee will be meeting Friday upon adjournment to hear 8 bills. Those will be House Bills 1409, 1410, 1411, 1412, Senate Bills 41 and 209, and House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
We should announce the change to who's taking over on the conference committee for Melton. You just have to announce.
Okay. I just need to know which. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since Representative Jackson is not with us on the floor today, I'd like to wish Representative Champion a happy birthday and whomever else has a birthday today. Thank you.
Sure. So on House Bill 1029, Representative Roberts will replace Representative Melton on the conference committee, I think, which is meeting tomorrow. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been urged to request the Capitol Choir in the name of Representative Jackson. This is extremely important, people. The quicker we get this done, the quicker we get out of here.
Start us up.
Social distancing. Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha. Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha. Birthday, dear Representative Champion. Happy birthday to you. And many more. And anyone else who has a birthday. Thank you, everyone.
You guys have
Any other announcements or introductions? No. Just recess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will be in recess till later today.